Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with a one-shot of Halo. We're going to be using the Mecha hack rules from Absolute Tabletop, although they will be modified slightly for running a Halo game. I've run this a couple of times thus far, and it's been a blast every single time, and I know that tonight is going to be no exception. Let's see. Tonight's operation is called Sunset Pariah. I'm very excited to get to this game, but in particular because I am joined by 5 fantastic players, 2 of whom I have never had the chance to play with before, but the other 3 I have been playing role-playing games and Halo with for 20 years, give or take. So I'm very excited to be getting into this game, especially with these fine people. So I'm going to pass things over to them so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where they might be able to be found on the internet and things of that nature. But before I do, I am going to go ahead and give the same warning that I give before all of my games, and that is if mature language or mature subject matter or immature humor are things that bother you, then do not watch any of my games. Any of my content at all, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, you probably don't want to know me as a human being. So, goodbye. So I'm going to pass things over now so that, like I said, they can introduce themselves, and then we will get things started. I'm getting an error message from OBS. Hopefully it's behaving itself. So we're gonna go ahead and pass things off. Gwen, would you like to go first, please?
Sure. Hello, my name is Gwendolyn. I've been playing RPGs for a while. Big, avid Halo fan. Really excited for Infinite. All good things on the horizon. Yeah, I'm excited to be here today. I'm playing Spartan Athena, S0UL. Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Very happy to have you. Like I said, I think this is the first time we've ever played together. Definitely the first time I've run a game for you. So I'm excited to have you on the channel. So welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely, my pleasure. All right, next up we have Stevie.
Hey, my name's Stevie, avid Halo fan as well. Super excited to get back into Infinite. But yeah, I'm playing a Sage, so I'll be more of a rogue type of Spartan, some little Black Ops maybe. I guess we'll find out.
Always happy to have you on the channel, Stevie. I think the only thing that you have played on the channel thus far was the Destiny game that I ran.
Yeah,
I think that's right.
Sure.
So excellent. Glad to have you back, especially with the old Halo. I know it's some trodden ground. We wore some paths on Blood Gulch for sure. All right, next up, Mike. You're muted, by the way. I can't hear you. Nope. Still muted. I don't know why.
I think you're muted on Zoom, and not.
Oh, it is showing.
Microphone.
Yep.
How about now?
Yep. We got you. Loud and clear.
So I think I tabbed over, and whenever I hit Alt A, it didn't do anything. So my bad. I'm playing Locke, L0CK, close quarters combatant. I can't be found on the internet because I got rid of that a long time ago, and I'm looking forward to playing with all you guys again. The ones of you that I had played with before, the ones that I haven't, I'm looking forward to the experience, and just here to have a good time. Chew bubblegum.
Excellent, excellent, and always happy to have you, Mike. Mike, you're probably the most familiar face here on the channel. Actually, you've played in at least one campaign, 2 campaigns actually, Caldera and On the Rise, actually. So yeah, welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
Sweet. Speaking of kicking ass and chewing bubblegum, Andy.
Tonight I'll be playing Arthur, H42. I have played a couple of games on here. One was the Destiny, and the other one was the Ghostbusters. I do not have anywhere you can find me on the internet unless you're searching for things you shouldn't be.
As a friend of yours, I had a concerned question, but I actually think I'm going to refrain from asking it because I think I'd rather not know, actually. I think that's better for our friendship. So we're just going to leave it at that. All right. Next up, last but certainly not least, we have Nathan.
I'm Nathan. I'm a being from Dimension 119, which is where you can find me. Search Dimension 119 and pretty much all social media, and you can probably find me there. Got a fledgling podcast I'm trying to get started, and I'm super excited to play with 4 new players and get to play underneath Jeremy, Game Master, that I've been following some of his games for a while. Super excited, and I'm excited to learn a brand new system. I haven't played Mecha Hack yet, so this will be the first time.
Fantastic, man. I'm glad that this can be your crash course. I'm very excited to have you on the channel for the first time. Hopefully, it will be one of many for all of you who have decided to grace me with your presence this evening. And yeah, Mecha Hack is a fantastic little system. It runs really sleek games. Now that I've said that, let's just cross our fingers. But yeah, I'm excited to be able to teach it to you. It's very simple to pick up, and you get a lot of mileage out of it. So, without further ado, unless there are any kinds of questions or concerns of any kind, then I think we're ready to get started. No? Excellent. The best kind of players. All right. Let's see here. On board your ship, the holodeck lights up.
There is a UNSC space station that orbits the planet Venezia in the Orso system. 3 days ago, Deimos Station was hit, and it was hit hard. Our first instinct was a Covenant assault, but intel has informed us that no plasma weapons were used. The damage was almost exclusively caused by UNSC firepower. Now, Venezia is known as a hotbed of insurrectionist activity, so we decided that it must have been a highly organized and supremely armed cell of Innies. That was until an hour ago, when I received a classified communique from Oni. Most of the surveillance footage from the station was wiped clean, but just before the attack began, a patrolling ship's long-range scanners picked up on an unauthorized signature landing on Deimos. That signature belongs to none other than K405, a Spartan who was recorded as MIA 2 years ago. All attempts to locate or communicate with her have failed. Suit up, Spartans. You're headed to Deimos Station to get to the bottom of this and clean up whatever mess this is. The Spartan program doesn't need any more black marks in the eyes of command.
Your dropship sails past the gravitational pull of Orso 6, rocketing its way towards the 5th planet of this system, Venezia. Just as you approach, the unlit form of Deimos Station rotates into view. There, floating silently in orbit above this planet, you can see a few pieces of debris hovering above her like flies around a corpse. The damage was significant enough, though it looks like most of the station's structural integrity was still intact. Whatever fighting took place here appears to have mostly taken place on board. Scanners show that Deimos is running off of reserve power, and that only its emergency systems are still online. Now on your final approach, who do we see on board your dropship, and how are you preparing for your landing?
Raven is a all black clad Spartan, except for around the neck area where there's that little gap, to allow neck movement. There's just a white, that the inside padding there is kind of white, just a small white line. And he's seated in the seat, and he's got a large hammer leaned up against next to him that he's kind of clutching onto every so often, making sure it's stable, it's staying there. And he's fiddling with his DMR, checking the slide, make sure it's moving, checking the clip, make sure it's fully loaded. And as final approach starts, he gives a grunt and a little bit of a sigh and slams that clip in there, jacks a shell in, and attaches it magnetically to his thigh and looks towards their destination.
I think you would see Athena, Athena's soul, kind of in the back, just like going through different supplies and like kind of like cherry picking out what to take and what to use. Just kind of near the back, just going through the different medical kits, making sure that all the tools are here. Just kind of like muttering to herself, like, no, we don't need any stabilizers today. At least not up in orbit like this. What else were we gonna need? Well, knowing these, probably more bandages at the very least. Certainly something to at least help the wounds cauterize, assuming it's not plasma based. And I think it's kind of like a kind of a dark blue power armor set with red on one of the legs and red on one of the arms, from where she, previously had action.
Named Sage. You see Sage polishing his sniper rifle, checking the stock, checking his rounds are clipped to his side, checking that he has his jetpack is fully fueled and ready to go. Hologram attachment set. He sits in the shadows and waits.
Locke is very nonchalant, just kind of leaning in his chair, partially still clipped in, with one of his mag boots activated onto the floor to make sure he's not going anywhere. But just waiting for the doors to open to start kicking ass. There's nothing that he can do in the pod itself, at least in his eyes. He's prepped and ready to go from before we launched. So just the calm before the storm kind of thing, just taking it in.
Arthur is at the door to the pod, just waiting, ready to absorb any bullets or anything that flies in to make sure nobody gets hit but him.
The five of you prep and ready yourselves for the approach to Deimos Station. And finally, the lights inside the bay that you're in change from white over to red. And you know that means pretty soon they're going to be opening the back of the door to let you out. Your dropship manages to find that the landing bays appear to still have their energy barriers up. You find enough clearance to land in landing bay 8, and your dropship touches down with no problem. You feel that familiar lurch as the landing gear interacts with the floor of the landing bay beneath it. The door opens, the klaxon sounding as the light swirls. The door lands down, forming a ramp that you can then exit from. And you notice that the bay was lit with emergency lighting only. but even still, it was easy to spot the crashed longsword that was already parked here. What would you like to do? Where to first?
Sage is gonna find some darker parts of this bay, and he's gonna attempt to find some height. Then get a gaze, get some eyes on the surroundings.
As the lights kick on and our pod starts to its opening procedure, I'm gonna get right behind H42 in my normal spot, ready to dash in with him, and I'm gonna cue my next actions off of him. But as soon as I get behind, I'll give him a good solid 2-tap on the back to let him know I'm in my spot, ready to go.
I think Athena's just waiting for everyone else to kind of get in position, just trying to keep eyes on everyone, make sure she knows where every person is at, just to make sure that she can provide cover and announce anything that might be missed.
Raven's looking to whoever's leading the mission. He's been in trouble for kind of going out on his own, not leaving his fire team, but being a little too gung-ho, so to speak. So he's kind of looking to whoever's leading this mission to take that first step before he steps out, or give him that permission to step off. He's strapping this huge honking hammer to his back, as he's looking to get that permission.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, could you catch me up just a little bit? They just came in.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. So it sounds like Sage has moved up for elevation to try to get a look of the lay of the land. Locke has stepped in behind you and established that that's a protocol, a typical thing that the two of you do. He's waiting to follow you in. And it sounds like Soul and 1203 are both kind of holding back for now, just kind of waiting for something else to happen.
We were also queuing into the fact that you are a commander, so we're waiting for you, Chief.
All right, let's go check that longsword. Keep head on a swivel, and Soul, if you see, dang it. Yeah, Sage, if you see anything, let us know.
I'll be moving on your 6 as you lead.
Okay, and I'll start departing the Pelican.
All right. The heavy footfalls of your metallic boots clang down the ramp, one after the other, and onto the cargo bay. You begin making your way across this darkened expanse, and everyone, if you would, please test systems for me. Sage, you can have advantage on this roll.
No good, sir.
Fast.
Uh-oh.
Fail.
Pass? Okay, fail.
Pass.
Pass. Fail, okay. And Nathan, I'm
Fail's a
guessing
big
since
note for me.
Yeah, I'm thinking since no good, that means fail.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Okay.
Just barely,
All
but
right.
a fail.
Not a problem. It is very dark in here. There's hardly any lighting at all, and there's no shortage of things to look at. As you're making your way across this room in formation, and Sage, you're probably walking along a catwalk. That's kind of raised a floor, if you will, that kind of trims the outside of this bay. Looking down, you actually spot something that's not unusual, maybe not even unexpected. but definitely catches your eye for a second. And I'll tell you what that is in just a second, because Soul, as you are moving forward with formation, it probably is just the fact that you're sweeping the right side of the formation as you're moving is the only reason probably why you caught sight of this and no one else did. You see the same kind of thing I'm about to describe, but you see it in between these two crates that are kind of somewhat askew towards one another. And what it is that the two of you notice is that there are dead bodies in here. It looks like, just judging by the way that they're dressed, the coveralls that they're wearing, that they look like they were probably crew that served the landing bay in here.
Sage is going to send out a ping to where he sees the bodies. Possible KIA. Eyes up.
H42, permission to go and take a look at the downed.
Yeah, go confirm.
All right. I think Soul makes her way over and takes a quick look, make sure that there's no like potential hostiles or contacts or anywhere in this in that surrounding area, and tries to get a little information on how these people are doing. I'm imagining not great.
It does not take you long at all to assess that, in fact, they are not doing well. There's no chance that the bodies that you see are living at all. The wounds that they have sustained to their midsections and their heads is significant. It's definitely projectile, more than likely a bullet, and decent caliber, judging by the size of it. Your guess would be that whoever this was had military training. These people were executed. They weren't just simply gunned down.
It's squad. I think it's these fine folks were executed here. Professional shots, mostly just to the torso and the head. Nothing so sloppy as stray bullets on any of the corpses here. All KIA.
Sage is actually going to better inspect the longsword to see if this might be an attempt to make it appear that they were killed by this blast or impact as like a subterfuge.
So while you're in there,
yeah,
check for any sign of it being K405s. Be on the lookout for her as well.
Copy.
And that's also where you were headed, right, Arthur? Was
Yes.
it down longsword? Okay.
Yeah.
So same kind of situation. Sage, you continue along this catwalk, kind of above the area where the rest of your team is making their way across this floor. And as Athena has pulled off to the right to investigate some of these downed crewmen, the rest of you, the other three of you, kind of keep moving forward to the longsword. Reaching it, you can see that it has sustained significant damage. There's more than probably 2 to 3 dozen bullet holes in various places on this ship. No small amount of them in the engine compartment. This thing is not flying out of here. It looks like it might have caught fire, and possibly the station's fire suppression system might have kicked on. There's a lot of residue kind of in the area surrounding this longsword, but the longsword's black anyways, but there's a large percentage of it that you can see that looks like it's burned metal. It's kind of that rainbowed color that like metal gets whenever it is superheated. The cockpit of the longsword is it has had the emergency detachment basically activated, so the canopy of the cockpit is thrown off to the side, and it's completely empty. on the inside. If you would like to ascertain more information about it, anybody who is inspecting it can roll another systems test for me.
If you roll on your stat, it has
It's
to be
a
under,
fail.
right?
Yeah, you want to get under.
Okay.
I got under.
It's a fail.
I'm foregoing that roll. I'm actually going to push past to like the back of the room where like another doorway would be.
Yeah,
to
absolutely.
further into the station to keep watch and lock that position down while they're investigating.
Okay. Absolutely. So you move forward to hold position and kind of hold that doorway. And 1203 and H25 or H42, sorry, begin kind of running scans and checking out what they can on this longsword, and both of you are able to basically garner the information that this ship, this particular longsword, was registered as having been checked out by K405 from a UNSC facility in the neighboring system just last week.
You said K4 and 5?
K405.
05. Okay.
Commander, do we really think K405 could have done this?
Possible. Everybody is listed missing in action until proven, one way or another.
Do we have any information on what they think happened to K405?
There was an assault that was being carried out on a Covenant cruiser. The rest of the team walked into an ambush. The Covenant were ready for this assault and didn't let on that they were ready. And supposedly K405 managed to escape, but the Covenant pursued with the Seraphs, several Seraphs that chased her down, and again, as reported, she never touched back in with anybody. Nobody has heard from her since, and it was assumed that she was killed, but was listed as MIA because it wasn't provable.
Well, all Spartans are listed MIA, even if killed.
Well, there you go.
We've got either, the way I see it, we've either got K405 going rogue and it wasn't really killed, or we've got rebels here. But it doesn't make sense to me that rebels would be able to get onto this space and do this kind of damage.
Maybe not, but if they had the help of a rogue Spartan, I suppose that would up their abilities quite significantly. But do we really think that 405 would do something like this?
We haven't heard from 405 in 2 years. We don't know what's happened. So I'm not going to let that possibility just pass.
Understood.
Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for traps. What do we know about 405?
Not a lot. There's not a ton of available information about most of you, even with the level of clearance that you guys have. You would know that her real name is Lorena, and that K405 is her call sign, and then the details of the mission, and that's pretty much about it.
And everything else is just redacted.
Absolutely. Just pages of redacted information.
I don't mean to
Okay.
pester the team with questions, but Why here? Why now? I'm gone for 2 years. Does anyone know anything special about this, about Deimos Station? Is this just a random attack, or is there something here? Does anyone know? I don't have clearance.
She's a Spartan. There has to be a reason. I guess unless she's gone insane.
And for the most part, that's not even our place to ask. We're a weapon that was sent here to take care of the problem.
She's
Or-
one of us, but don't let that get in the way of the mission.
As we all know, most missions are need to know, and then they give us even less than that.
Just be easier to figure out if she's here, where she would have gone on the station if we knew there was some kind of target she might be after. But you all make a good point.
If we can get to some kind of system, computer that to get a blueprint of this place, just think of where you would go. That's probably where we'll find her.
Fair enough.
Give me a direction and give the word, Commander, and I'll clear a path to whatever systems.
On your leave, 42.
All right, let's go find a console, get a blueprint, see what type of station this actually was.
You'll see Sage activate his he's gonna hide, and then he's gonna take a lead and advance as soon as you say the word.
All right. Once again, as a unit, you move forward. The doors, though they seem somewhat reticent to do so, they still seem to operate, even though emergency powers seem to be the only thing that is operative at the moment. This place sounds like a tomb. The only noises that you're able to hear are those that your team is making as they move about. You see more dead crew members as you begin to push deeper into Deimos Station. And there's something about this place that you can't entirely shake. That kind of soldier's intuition that you all have, that gut instinct, that though this place is quiet and seemingly abandoned, there's something here. You feel like you're being watched.
Having moved through the hallways, I'll call a halt. Having remembered just some random fact in this about the station, there's a storage facility on board that we probably should go check out. It would have weapons and ordnance that would help the insurrectionists down below.
Yeah, so this space station, all of you would be pretty aware of this. The Deimos Station is not a UNSC facility. This is not a military outpost. But given what Arthur has just told you, it sounds like perhaps, even though it wasn't officially a UNSC station, that maybe the UNSC had some cash hidden here.
It's always something, isn't it?
In this case, many somethings.
Do we have a direction for this storage area?
Yes. Once you find a console, you would be able to likely figure out where it is, just by understanding how much would likely be stored there, and how much space that would probably take up. It's definitely not difficult to find where you think it might be. But as you're moving deeper into the station. One of you, just a volunteer, if you don't mind. Anyone? Mike. Okay. Locke, as you're making headway deeper into this station, you're kind of doing your standard kind of sweep of the area around you, and you notice one of the cameras that's watching the hallway that you're passing through. For just a moment, you see it shift with the movement of your team.
Nobody turned, but Horizons, we've got those eyes that we've all been feeling is potentially that camera off onto our 9 o'clock up high in the corner. Again, don't make it obvious, but for certain we are being watched.
Affirmative.
Keep your wits about you.
Let's still head for the storage facility. See if anything's left.
All right, unhindered, you continue forward. And a few more corridors and rooms later, you pass through, a mess hall. Again, more bodies. Same kind of accuracy on display. Cold, calculated kind of killing. Probably not wholly unfamiliar to all of you. But it's as you're passing through one of these rooms and into another corridor that's adjacent that you hear a disembodied voice that seems to whisper to you from kind of the station's PA.
You should not be here. Intruders.
Is this coming from a doorway?
Kind of seems like the PA system. Just basically any and every speaker in the vicinity.
If there is any open doorway near where we're standing, Raven's posting up in that doorway. DMR pointed down that whatever hallway or pointed into that room.
Sage is actually going to face the 6 o'clock and take care of the rear.
We're
Anybody
at
else?
the door right now.
Well, now they're not even being shy.
I know. Oh my goodness, you have a 2 in systems, like where the cameras are. And potentially if there's like piping leading to a certain room, just like trying to keep an eye out, like where this would have to be coming from and how far away that room is for someone to be using the PA system.
Well, they've made themselves known to us. We may as well start taking the cameras out now, so they can't see us at least.
Would this station have an AI?
Yes, but with the current set of the current situation and state of things, it's hard to know whether that AI would be online or intact. That could be what you heard. It's kind of hard to tell.
If no one stops Raven for when Locke says this about the cameras, he's going to turn and fire at the closest camera with his DMR. Put it out of commission.
Yep, I mean, okay. It's not difficult to do in the least. They ain't going anywhere. They don't have much in the way of plating or anything like that. You guys are crack shots, so one bullet, one camera, you're able to knock them all out, really fast, without any problem. it remains quiet after this initial encounter and the bursts of fire from 1203's DMR. It returns to the same silence as before. Suddenly, the door that you were about to pass through shuts, and you hear this as the locking mechanism engages. Across the room, another door slides open, and the lights in that corridor, one after the other, flicker on.
Seems as if we have an invitation.
Certainly the warmest welcome we've received so far. There isn't a panel on the door that potentially I could try to like override this locking mechanism or anything on the door panel or anything, or?
That's very possible. So let's do systems, but this is going to be a disadvantage.
Perfect. That's what I love to hear.
I'm glad.
I just rolled a 15, so I matched it, so I failed.
Okay, so you flip open this hatch without even, receiving the order and get to work. And this is a system that you're somewhat familiar with. Again, this is human technology. It's not UNSC, but it's kind of derivative of UNSC technology. So it's not difficult to figure out. And you start, crossing what wires you need to cross and things of that nature. And then all of a sudden the system starts like going into like overclocked mode. And you are actively like pushed out of the system. And once that happens, you kind of take a moment to kind of like, what the hell? And then the whole system like really goes into overclocking, and the mechanism itself begins to actually overheat, and the system like fries.
Oh, I don't believe we'll be going through this way. I'm starting to wonder if our potential target has the system's AI working with her. But sorry, Captain.
Well, there's no choice like no choice. And
Yeah.
Locke will just point to the lit hallway.
Looking at the map real quick, which way does that seem to be going to? What part of the station?
So the one direction seems to be leading basically into kind of the center spire of this space station. This way seems like it's going to take you kind of further along the one of those rings that kind of circles the that center pole.
All right, let's head down that way.
Commander, it's probably not a good idea, but I do have a key. He reaches up and taps this pole on his back.
The old master key.
I would let you do it, but they're demonstrating they have control of the station. So our next junction is going to be locked and melted as well. Let's entertain them but keep on guard and do what we do best.
Copy that.
So accepting the invitation, if you will, the five of you change course and make your way through this corridor that is now lit. Once the last of you steps foot through this or through the doors into this corridor, the doors lock behind you. You move forward with perhaps some trepidation, but I imagine still in formation. Again, your eyes in every direction that you can manage. And eventually you stumble across what looks like a greenhouse, a place where the plants and food on this station were being grown hydroponically. This area is lit up as if it were daylight, and you can see an incredible variety of plant life growing here, although some of it seems maybe a little unchecked, just by a couple of days or so. There are more dead crewmen in here. Some of them look more, well, more like plant tenders, gardeners, if you will. And the same delivery of execution seems to have been applied to many of the people here. Once again, you hear that voice come across the PA system.
You should not be here. Why have you come? To destroy me? Yes.
Who are you?
To destroy me. It will never work. I am in charge. That's who I am.
What should we call you?
There is no response.
I was always worried when they said they were going to start designing AIs based off of Tolkien characters. I said it was a bad idea. I knew right from the get-go. They're clearly leading us in this direction. Is there any other doors opening like anywhere else? Is there like a continuation of the lights, or did we get to where they wanted us to see?
This seems like the place where the lights at least were leading you. There are other doors that kind of crisscross the corridor that you were making your way down, but if you were just kind of cursorily if you were just barely trying to get through them, they wouldn't just open. If you tried to hack any, then we can kind of make those rolls and such. But yeah, this definitely seemed to be the direction that you were being railroaded.
Corralled. Fine.
Herded, I think.
There you go.
I think whoever is at the other end of the speaker wants us to see everything that all the work that they've done on all these bystanders. I don't think it's just coincidence we happen to keep going to where all the bodies are.
We on like, is this like several levels in this area, like in that photo?
Yes, absolutely.
Are we on any specific level? Are we at the bottom, the middle, top?
Roughly in the middle. I would say there's probably 4 levels in total of this place, and you guys would be on like 2.
Is there any pattern in the way the bodies are laid out in here, like a trail or anything like that?
It doesn't seem like that, no. It seems like they lay where they fell.
So were they in like defensive positions where somebody was coming from a particular direction? We can tell that
you have not seen any sign of security or defensive measures from any of the people that you have found. None of them seem to have been armed in any fashion. This seems like it happened very quickly.
Raven's kind of, he's going to go over to like the closest group of bodies and he's kind of poking at it with his gun a little bit, flips one of the bodies over that's laying on its stomach, flips it to its back. And as he notices this, he's none of these people fought back. I don't know if this just happened too sudden or if they just let it happen.
Doesn't even look like any of them are armed.
And you get a better eye of what they're growing.
What's bothering me is they're all civilian.
Sustenance is what it looks like. There's potentially even fish in the bottom. I think this is just a food stores.
That's definitely what it looks like. It looks like this was the station's garden, like, essentially.
How many
Their
bodies are we
agricultural
talking about?
In total, you've come across probably 24 from the landing bay to here.
So one Spartan could have done this.
Easy.
Yeah.
Probably. Yes. Civilians, certainly.
But if it was like a run and gun situation and it happened very quickly, like there's no indication as to, based on how the bodies have fallen, like the direction if it was an individual, where they were coming from or going to.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, if you were going to treat it like you were tracking, then yeah, there's a pattern, I guess you could say, to where there are bodies versus where there are not. So you could follow the trail of carnage, so to speak. And yeah, it definitely kind of leads up one of the flights of stairs that leads from the second to the third deck here inside this this greenhouse, and straight to another door that is standing open.
Yeah, until I find out anything else, my assumption is that K405 slaughtered all these people on their way in. If I find any other evidence, I'll start thinking of in a different way. But that's the trail that I'm going to follow.
Are you going forward the head of everybody right now, following this pattern or path?
I'd say yeah. Like we all kind of went into the room, and then I'm meandering. I'm not like pushing far out ahead or anything, but I'm just following that hunch.
And I'm not keeping y'all in formation at this point. We haven't gotten any hostiles, and this is just a big.
Potentially, when I get to the
Scene.
stairs over the comm link, I will inform everybody as to what I'm doing and that inner monologue that I just had. But
As soon as you inform us that you've noticed this, I'll stick right behind you. I'm within a couple feet behind you.
You'll notice Sage is somehow in the highest, most advantageous spot in every room that we go into.
How the hell did he get up there? I didn't even see him take the stairs.
Who knows? He's just good at that.
That's why he's the best.
Well, we can try and make our way to that storage center, or we can try and make our way to the command area, or if another invitation opens up.
So this is a large enough complex, and it was an important room for the livelihood of everyone on this station. So there's probably some kind of terminal or network connection in this room. Did you see anything while you were looking around?
Did I see anything when I was looking around?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, can I see what information I can kind of glean from the system and hopefully have more luck here than on, say, a door?
Sure.
See if you can't find a blueprint that would find like the storage and the security room. Because if we're being watched, I'd like to know where we're being watched from.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, let's go ahead and do systems roll again. This one won't be. No, I think this one's going to be at disadvantage too. Unfortunately.
All right, great.
The lights are on in this room. I mean, come on.
I can see. That is a success.
Okay, excellent. So you're kind of opening the panel, digging into the system again, and you meet that same resistance that something is working to try to basically like put barricades in front of you as you're working, and you manage to keep one step ahead of them throughout the process, and manage to download the information that you're looking for into probably just the HUD system of your Mjolnir power armor. I don't know, maybe you even have like one of those things from like Reach. It's like the little data pad screen. Yeah,
I'd send it to everybody else, the data as well. As long as I didn't find any corruption with it or anything like that.
No, it seems like you managed to tackle this before whatever is fighting against you, and it seems like that data was intact enough and specific enough that you managed to nab it before that would have happened. So you get the blueprints of this station, and you can see where security is located, where the bridge is located. There is not an indication as to where this UNSC storage facility is, but again, it's a top secret storage facility, so it's not going to be accessible on all of the mainframe of the station. If you're looking for that kind of information, you're probably either going to have to get it from the bridge or the captain's quarters. But again, all of you are fairly sure that you kind of know where it is, just based on kind of like the bullshit excuse of like what they said is in that space. You're pretty sure you know where it is, though it hasn't been confirmed yet.
Yeah, I share that information with everyone else. And what would be closer, the bridge or security?
From where you are, probably the bridge.
Probably the bridge. Okay. So that's, at least this gives us a better idea of where we're at. I sent the information to all your HUDs. If you turn to page 4 of the blueprint, you'll be able to see the different layouts. No luck on a stash or anything like that, but perhaps our commander has a more keener idea, or perhaps at the bridge, or maybe the captain's quarters would have something like that. But unfortunately, no big glowing sign saying where we need to go.
What would the cover room for the storage facility be on this map?
It has instead of it being one large storage space, it's broken into like 3 or 4 different designations, and they're very nondescript. It's like, I don't know, overflow medical facility, that kind of thing, where it's like, why would a civilian station have the need for overflow medical, facility? That doesn't even make sense. That kind of thing is what's kind of tipping you guys off to that there's something more there. Where Locke and 1203 are stacked up on the next floor up on 3, next to that open door. Both of you, if you would please roll. Ooh, let's do a roll presence for me.
Finally, a good roll. That's a success.
I rolled an 18, so apparently me rolling low just translates to rolling high in this game.
As to be expected.
Nice.
Yep. Okay, so Locke, you're next to this door. You're kind of, you've looked down it. It's dark. You don't really see much of anything. And you've kind of gone back to maybe sweeping around the upper floors of the greenhouse room here. Just about that time, 1203, you happen to kind of turn down this darkened corridor, and you hear kind of a strange noise. You hear this beep, 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 and then you hear this. The noise of a engine, like a small engine, making its way towards you.
We got motion. and I'm just facing down. I'm going to step kind of to the side of this doorway, if that's possible, where I can see, but I'm not directly in line with that
Sure.
opening.
Yeah, and the rules have mechanics for taking cover, so we'll just treat it as that.
Okay. And I believe I should have either, I think it's on the helmet, the lights. I'm going to make sure that clicks on.
Absolutely. Okay.
Sage will do the opposite and activate his cloaking field.
I'll send a hologram down the hallway that he's saying he's hearing movement from. See if anything happens to it.
Excellent. Excellent.
I'll just keep an eye on as many of the different open doors, assuming that's just one of a few open doors. I'll try to keep eyes on as many of the other ones as possible, just in case we're going to get flanked from multiple sides.
I'm going to mirror Raven, taking cover on the opposite side of the hallway that we have going on here.
All right, cool. So yeah, the two of you double stack on either side of the opening.
Yeah, exactly.
Peering down this dark hallway. Ignore the stick figure in the hallway.
It's impossible.
Sorry. Well, that's now a thing. You're all dead. No.
It's been a great time.
You all look down this very long, kind of straight corridor with nothing but the emergency lighting and the lighting from your power armor, kind of gazing down this hallway, and you continue to hear that kind of whining engine noise, that pitch that's growing closer and closer to you. Just about the time that you're familiar, the familiarity of this noise has just about clicked when you can see something emerging from the darkness of the distance of this hallway, and you can see it looks like one of the forklifts that you have seen many times in UNSC facilities and human civilization throughout the known galaxy. This yellow and black beat up looking forklift is driving down the middle of this corridor, headed straight in your direction.
Is there any way to close this door?
You could always try to hack the system.
I don't think I have time or the skill for that.
Sage is going to put optics on the forklift, see if there's anything on it attached to it.
Okay. Give me we'll call this a system check as well.
It's a pass.
Okay. So this thing is looming out of the darkness towards you as fast as this thing could go, which is not very fast. This thing is like, pedal to the metal at 15 miles an hour, maybe. And you managed to get yourself into a position, Sage, where you can look down this hallway, maybe even with your sniper rifle. And that's what's kind of giving you the ability to see this. Just about the time that it kind of starts to come into the lighting of the suits, flashlights from Locke and 1203, you see the telltale red blinking light of a proximity mine that has been attached to the fuel tank on the back of this forklift.
Get to cover. Firing a shot now. Boom.
Okay.
I'm diving.
All right.
Yep.
So you all had warning. So I'm going to allow all of you to receive the benefit of cover from this. But I need all of you, with the exception of Sage, because it sounds like you were probably at a pretty fair distance from this. The other four of you, however, I would like to please roll mobility tests. It would normally be at disadvantage, because you would have been caught off guard by this. However, because of the advantage that is being granted to you by cover, this will be one singular roll.
Can I step out into the doorway to plug the hole further and activate my armor lock?
Okay. Absolutely. 100%. So I'm going to push that past and say that all of the rest of you will now have advantage on this roll.
Thank God.
Heroes won it all.
You just saved Raven.
No, I failed.
So I do have to
Yeah, I
roll my
failed as well.
reactor.
So I have an 18 mobility, and my first roll was an 18.
Oof.
With the advantage, that'd be a 6, so that'd be a success.
There you go. Well under.
Nice,
Excellent.
Nice.
I have a
When I
13.
roll reactor, I'm looking for low.
No. If you roll a 1 or a 2 when you roll your reactor die, then your die changes to the type beneath it.
Awesome.
So like you have a what, a D8?
I have a D8 because I have a super reactor, but I rolled an
Sweet.
8. So it's
Okay, yeah,
I thought
then
the
you're great.
opposite was about to happen.
No, you're good. Okay, so just as Sage's shot rings out, the enormous report of his 50 caliber sniper rifle, go ahead and roll your attack, Stevie. That should be a test power.
Pass.
Excellent. Okay, so this shot rings out from this 50 cal. And just as it passes, Locke steps into the doorway and slams his fist into the ground, his armor projecting this electricity and making this enormous humming noise. We kind of slow for just a second as we trace this bullet of Sage's. We kind of follow that telltale yellow-white line all the way from the end of his sniper rifle down this hallway, and we watch as it spirals out, hits this proximity mine that's affixed to the fuel tank on this forklift, and there's just that one moment of the bullet going king, nothing, and then the whole thing fills the hallway with fire and erupts. Those of you who did not pass on the mobility check, I believe that was H42 and Soul. You are going to take some damage. Let's see, that is... And okay, it's an even 10 points. So the way that we roll with this is you're going to take that away from, you're going to take away from that damage first by subtracting your armor points. If you have any bleed over, if you run out of armor points and you still have more damage that you need to take, then that's going to go into your hit points. You can recharge your armor by taking a use action on your turn.
Those that have shield, since they had warning, could they have their shield in front of them kind of thing as well?
Yeah, if you have a deployable, like an extra 2-point shield, then absolutely. So as this explosion rips through this part of the corridor, this adjacent space to this greenhouse, and H42 and Soul, the two of you are caught in the draft of this explosion that kind of washes past the area of this doorway that Locke was not able to block off. How do the two of you look after that explosion?
I have the telltale sign of the energy shield just crackling, but my armor looks unscathed.
That's so cool. You see, like, I am blasted back, and like you could see just like my armor is just like covered in shrapnel, and I just kind of like lying on my back, and I just kind of lean up and start picking out shrapnel out of my chest piece. I'm like, oh, all the warning in the world, and it still wouldn't have done me any good, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Sage and Locke.
Do you need an assist with your heal? Are you good?
I'll be all right, and I will use my pilot ability unless I'm foolish. I'm an engineer. I'm going to use an action to restore my AP, so my shields come back.
Okay.
And I have a pilot ability that says quick fix as a use action, reduce your AP by 1 and restore 2 hit points to a close mecha. Potentially game breaking because I can get back a lot more armor points. But so I wanted to ask you about that. If you had any on the fly rules.
No, absolutely. So the way that it's kind of been modified to work is that any Spartan can use a use action on their turn to restore their armor points back to full. So absolutely. And using your armor points to be able to heal yourself, I think that's fine. Maybe just flavor it as what do they call it? Biofoam?
You know,
Yeah,
exactly.
the syringe, and I just stick it in to my lower abdomen where a lot of the shards were. And I appreciate you thinking of me, but I'll be all right. Is everyone else good?
Yeah, I'm just gonna take a rest to restore my armor points.
I'm always fine.
How was it that you're always the first one?
One of those things.
Then once no one is close to me any longer, I will deactivate my armor lock so they don't get EMP'd.
You pop back out of this, and kind of as you do so, Raven, I think it's probably you, looking past where Locke is kind of now standing back up, you can see that the blast from this forklift has completely and totally blown out part of the side of like the inner curve of this ring, and you can see beyond that hole that's now there the area on the map that was indicated as being what you think is the UNSC storage unit.
I will make my way through that doorway that we were standing in, kind of patting Locke on the shoulder, and go look. I won't go into the room yet, but I'll take a look through that opening just to get a better look to double check and make sure it's clear.
I'll be his escort. And going forward, when I use my armor lock, do I pound down, or can I like be in different poses? Or
that's a good question. I hadn't thought about that.
I had envisioned like grabbing the upper decks to like completely block the door frame.
I mean,
but
that makes sense. No. It's something I hadn't even really thought of, but that makes perfect sense. I don't see why you couldn't.
Cool.
Excellent. All right, so the two of you move up to look through this this blasted out part of the wall, where you're kind of looking across this expanse of space that now exists between the rotating ring that you're on and this stationary pylon that forms the center of this space station. As you're kind of rotating around it, realizing that if you're going to try to get to that area, it looks like there's probably a like a cargo door, like a large door that opens directly into this space. That you're going to have to jump, and you're going to have to time your jump in order to get to it. That is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. So we're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. Thank everybody so much for tuning in this evening. I love Halo. I love running Mecha Hack, and getting to do both at once is a dream come true. So yeah, I'm excited to continue with the second half of what I have planned tonight and see what these 5 characters are going to get up to next. So stick around, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back from our break to the second half of tonight's Halo game titled Operation Sunset Pariah. Well, this game is being run using a modified version of the Mecha hack rules, as it says up in the corner somewhere, if I can figure out this mirrored bullshit. Yeah, happy to have everybody here. This is a great way to kick off a vacation. Staycation, but hey, it still counts. All right, so a forklift has just been exploded with the proximity mine that was attached to it by a bullet from Sage's gun. As it so happens, it blew out the side of the hallway, and you can now see, separating the ring of the space station that you are on from the post that it spirals around, you can see the area where you were intending on going, this UNSC storage facility that looks like it has a rather large cargo door on the outside of it. But as this ring is rotating, it only comes around one rotation. So you're probably going to have to leap a distance of probably close to 1,000 feet between this outer ring and this cargo door. So the timing is going to have to be impeccable. So, with all of that information, as you are recovering from the explosion that just occurred, what are you going to do?
Is this cargo door open, or are we going to have to get over there and have someone hack in and open it?
The latter. As of right now, it is closed and sealed.
All right, Raven, you got the key.
Does it appear that a grab lift could help us achieve a better trajectory?
Definitely. If you place it right, it could get you most of the way there without anybody having to finagle much beyond that.
Sage will use his grab lift, get that placed and ready.
Okay. Let's do a systems check with advantage. I assume this is probably not the first time that that Sage has gone into combat with I just completely and totally brain farted and lost the name of the thing that you're using. Grab lift.
Never leave my drop pod without it.
Perfect. So I imagine, especially wanting to get to vertical heights very often, you've probably had to figure out one of these trajectories on the fly before. So advantage.
Got a 2, so I definitely passed.
Excellent. Absolutely. You like turn around, you kind of lick your thumb and like like hold it up, and you know exactly where you need to place it. You know exactly the right spot for this thing.
When Locke says this about the key, Raven's gonna turn over to him, and you can't see his smile through the visor, but he's gonna smile. And I think Soul's up on this one. It's probably not a good idea with an open space behind me to try to bust through this door. I don't want to have to jump it twice.
There'd be a good chance you might get blasted back and careen away from the door using something like that. So maybe I think Raven's right. Let's wait a second for that. I guess
I've lost your sense of adventure.
Oh, don't worry. I have my own key. Worst case scenario. I'll try to make my way over. And using the grab lift, can I also use my jetpack as like to try and finagle to give me the most benefit whatsoever to make my micro adjustments so I can jump and not watch have all my team watch me die like this?
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, with the two combined, I'm not even going to ask for a roll. It doesn't make any sense. You're able to jump into that kind of blue fiery stream that's kind of shooting out of this metal flower, and it kind of rockets you out of the hole that's now on the side of the ring of the space station. And with just a little of your jetpack, you're able to stay right on target. And how do you want to land? On the door, next to the door?
I think is there like kind of a handle that would be used to kind of like pull it open after it unlocks or anything like that? Or?
Okay. Yeah, probably. Some kind of like a manual override.
Yeah, I'd probably try to grab onto that and then swing myself to position to where the where I could potentially unlock this door.
Okay, excellent. So yeah, you kind of land, and once the initial impact has kind of resolved itself, if you want, you can kind of like stand on the side of this wall if you want, and activate the magnetic locks in your boots, so you don't have to worry about it from that point on.
Great.
And you can
definitely
absolutely throw that panel open and get to work. All right, so I know it's a popular choice this evening, but let's get a systems check. I think this one is not going to be at disadvantage though, because you guys have made an unexpected move by jumping out of the side of this exploded hole.
Did something incredibly foolish, and even our enemy didn't even think that was possible.
Which is why it's perfect.
Even better, I got a 17, so I failed. I just can't win.
Or
oh my
are
gosh!
you?
Oh goodness. Okay. So you start going to work on this panel, and as you're doing so, you realize that you're not getting any kind of response whatsoever out of this control panel. It seems like the control panel is either fried or disconnected or something. And as you kind of like look around, you see a piece of shrapnel that must have come from the inside of the ring that just exploded, and it's probably the size of probably about the size of a warthog. This vaguely triangular shaped piece of sheet metal that is driven into the side of the wall about 100 yards above you, probably right through where the wires run.
I just kind of point up and clock in on the radio. I think some of the systems have been cut due to a little piece of flying shrapnel. So if we're interested in another way, and I look over at Raven as I also like this, it's kind of condensed and it's folded in amongst itself, and I pull out my grav hammer and I'm like, if you want to open the door, I could use some help.
This is my favorite part. I love watching y'all work.
Where did you hide that thing?
Well, a lady never reveals her secrets.
Pirates of the Caribbean with the shotgun.
Yep. Okay, so is 1203 gonna make this jump as well?
Yes, and I will use my jetpack as well.
Oh, perfect.
To get across.
Excellent. So again, you're able to land exactly where you'd like to land. Either, I don't know if you're going beside Athena or across from. Why don't you tell me?
Probably on the opposite side. And get whatever best footing I can get.
Yeah, same kind of thing. You kind of hit, with a little bit of an impact, and then you're able to get your feet out from underneath of you and kind of activate your magnetic boots. And so the both of you are kind of like standing as if the door was a floor, kind of on either side of this. And how are you going to open this door?
So are we standing trying to understand, are we standing facing the door, or are we standing looking down on the door?
So you're looking down at the door. The door is at your feet as if it were a part of the floor.
Gotcha. So are you taking your side and I'm taking mine? Or are we doing top and bottom?
How tall is this door in average feet or meters?
It's sizable. I would say it's probably large enough that it could. It might be too small for a pelican, or if a very skilled pilot was able to bring a pelican, you might be able to get it in through here. But it's not much bigger than that at all.
The shrapnel's not on the door.
No.
Okay. Is this one door that would raise up?
It's two, where it kind of meets in the middle.
Separates. Okay.
And then goes to the side.
Well,
we probably each need to take a side.
I think so. I think you're right.
On 3,
2, 3.
Swing.
All right, so both of you go ahead and roll that power check. You can have advantage because this door's not going anywhere. Certainly not avoiding you.
Oh boy.
Thank God, because that was a 19 on the first roll, but it's a
no.
pass on the second.
Okay, excellent.
So with the gravity hammer, it says as an attack action, test presence. If successful, is that what I'd use, or would I still use power for it?
Yeah, no. Yeah, if that's what it says. I mean, who wrote this?
I wasn't going to point fingers.
No, I don't know this shit. I just wrote it down at some point. No, if that's what it says, then please, absolutely, go with that.
Thanks.
It's a pass on either one for me.
Excellent. Thank you, Nathan.
Yep, I passed as well.
Sweet. Okay. So both of you kind of raise up, time your strike, and then both of you bring the gravity hammers down, one on either side of the panels of this door. And within, a moment, both of you have put significant dents in the area of the door that you're striking. And what that has done is it's caused the metal where it meets in the middle of this door to buckle out. And you think it's probably large enough that one by one, you might be able to squeeze your way through there.
So
Locke might have a little bit of trouble because I imagine Locke is kind of a bulkier set of armor, but you're fairly certain that your team can get in that way.
I think that's H42. He's the Titan.
Oh, good call. Absolutely.
If it looks like they're going to hit again, though, to widen that gap, as their hammers start coming down, I'm going to make my jump to be first entry through the door to start clearing an area if there is a problem.
Do you have jetpack as well?
Nope.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to get a roll from you. Roll me a mobility check. You can have advantage. While you're doing that, Nathan, there was something you were trying to say?
Yes, I believe that Soul and I need to roll our reactor dice as well for the grab hammer.
Oh, perhaps.
100%.
Unless I've got something written down wrong.
No, it's very possible.
I'll use a core override. So once per moment, I can, when you're required to roll your reactor die, I can choose to roll it instead. So.
Oh,
that would be fantastic because I did not roll well.
Uh-oh. Okay, so then I guess that's 2 rolls from you, Athena.
That is a 1, so it downgrades.
Okay.
And for the second, that is a 6. So.
Okay, cool.
Oh, it downgraded, so I have to roll on the.
Oh,
right,
yes.
It downgraded twice.
Oh no!
I rolled
okay,
1 on the D8 and then a 1 on the 6. So.
All right, so you guys watch as Athena, Athena, you tell me how that looks as you're basically able to take some of the overheating, the power flux or whatever you want to call it from 1203, but then that plus your own efforts has kind of caused your power of your suit to kind of drain a bit.
I think it's just like how that hammer discharges the energy and focusing it to a more specific point. I think after the strike, the blowback of that energy, I think I just grab the hammer for a second. I grab Raven's hammer and just kind of discharge it through my own system because I know that he's going to be fighting. And if he gets weakened, that's going to be the end of the mission. So I take it all.
Okay. All right, but it is buckled, and Locke has just made his jump. What you got?
With the advantage, pass.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So
thank you.
Just as Soul is kind of discharging this energy, Locke, you're coming in off the trajectory of this.
I imagine I walk up with my grab boots and I straddle the grab lift and position with him having marked my position, and then just deactivate my grab lift.
Absolutely. Like a heavy stone, you fall, as it were, towards this cargo door. And just about the time that Soul is discharging this influx of energy, you are making your way towards this puckered opening in the cargo door. In the meantime, go ahead.
No. Yeah, I was gonna breach the door, but we can finish the scene outside.
Yeah. So in the meantime, while you're doing that, you're crossing this distance. What are H42 and Sage up to?
I'm going to be pretty much right behind Tanaka.
Excellent. Okay, so go ahead and give me your roll as well, if you would.
Is that advantage?
Do you have jetpack?
No, I do not.
Okay, then yes, it will be rolled with advantage.
Is it mobility?
Yes.
Ooh. I doubled 19 that one. My mobility is at 13.
Ooh, okay. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say. You go to jump, Arthur, and as you jump, a part of the floor plating that you were using as like a jumping off point, whenever you deactivate your maglock boots, I imagine you did something very similar to Tanaka's move. As you did so, it actually pulled that paneling up, and it flew backwards and hits the grav lift and destroys it. And the stream kicks off just as you're leaping off, and you're doing so at kind of an odd angle because one of these panels did not give you the same amount of resistance when you pushed. So your trajectory is off course, and you're headed for trouble.
Don't worry, Commander. I got you.
Sorry about the grav lift.
Sage will activate his jetpack and attempt to rescue the commander.
3 jetpacks. I love it. Excellent. Okay, so all right. So you don't have the grav lift, but you do have a jetpack. So go ahead and give me a mobility roll, and you can have advantage.
Roll the 1.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so without breaking a sweat, maybe he's done this before. Sage just like guesses where Arthur is headed, and you manage to catch up to him, cut off his trajectory, and catch him.
I would have liked to ease my trajectory and then kind of give him a nice kick towards the doors.
You just gotta redirect him. Perfect. So Arthur, you are back on course now, and a little bit of a spin to you, somewhat of an uncontrolled turn, but headed towards the door you are. Sage, you don't have a problem redirecting yourself with your jetpack, and meanwhile back at the cargo door, Soul and 1203 and Locke, the three of you are able to wrench these doors open wider if you would like, having been exposed now to the element of space, this door being completely and wholly breached now. Looking inside, you can see that this storage facility has no more. Oh, hold on. Try to do this all smooth without looking and see where it got me. The gravity in this storage area has been deactivated. You can see no shortage of crates, vehicles floating about aimlessly now. The lights, though again they're basically just emergency lighting, many of these silhouettes are, dare I say, intimately familiar to most of you. And you can see warthogs and crates that you know contain munitions, rocket launchers perhaps. This is a smorgasbord.
It's nice to have some toys again.
I think it's clear.
No replacement for your grab lift, though.
You never know. There's plenty of crates.
Sage will attempt to jet over to either a floating turret turret or the back of a warthog, and he will mount the chain gun and prepare for the worst.
Okay. The rest of you?
Raven's gonna go to the closest crate and make sure that it hasn't been emptied.
It seems to still be sealed, and if you kind of deactivate the latches essentially and kick it open, it is full. One of you can tell me what it's full of.
I say go
I
for it,
didn't mean to
Raven. You
dump
kicked it
anybody.
open.
You open?
Yeah, sure.
There's just so much to choose from.
Yep.
Anything
first
but a
thing-
grab lift.
It would be perfect.
I think it is ammunition for a rocket launcher, but there's no rocket launcher in here. It's just it's an ammo crate.
Yeah, it's a big old crate of rockets.
Locke will go over and pick up some more rockets for his rocket launcher.
Excellent. They
Absolutely.
never send you with enough, ever.
Never. But Locke, after he does that, is actually going to kind of take an inventory as to what's missing. This was breached before we got here because of the gravity and everything going around. So I am assuming that K405 came here and got something. I want to know what's missing.
Same question.
Excellent.
Sage is covering the team.
Right. Okay. H42.
I'm gonna look to see if there's any crates. I mean, actually, no. We got two people already looking. I'll cover. I'll stand by the main doorway and cover.
Okay. You begin to kind of fan out a little bit, just kind of in the area. This is a very large facility, and it's going to take some time if you're wanting to take a complete inventory. And as you're kind of beginning to go about your different tasks, H42 and Sage, both of you, head on a swivel, paying attention. Both of you catch two red blips on your motion tracker in the bottom of your HUD.
2 tangos, north, south. Eyes up.
Yeah. Confirm.
No sooner has H42 confirmed this bit of intel coming from Sage than all of you are able to hear and feel, maybe through the floor, this kind of and out of the darkness and the smoke, two mantis walk out towards you, arms engaged. Two. Everyone, I need you to roll initiative, please. You can roll either mobility or systems, I think it is in the system. Oh no, do I not have my book here? I'm naked. Don't look at me.
Mobility or systems. You had it right. Never doubt yourself.
Whew. All right, so yeah. Mobility or systems. If you pass, you get to go before the enemies. If you did not, you will go after.
I'm going after.
Sage is going before.
And
Okay.
Can y'all send whatever enchantment is on my dice for tonight's game for my actual D&D games? Because I never roll high in D&D.
Yeah,
that's going to be a fail. It matches my 18 mobility again.
Oh no.
Ouch.
Oh.
Okay, so by what I heard, there's 2 successes. Is that right, or is there 3?
I passed as well.
Okay,
I
so
passed
3
as well.
successes. Okay, so 3 PC slots, the bad guys, and then the remaining 2 PC slots. And the lot of you get to decide in what order you wish to take the PC slots. So the first 3 turns belong to you, however you see fit.
I vote Sage. He was
I'll go. I would love to go first.
I think that makes really good sense. He was prepped and ready. That works.
Right after we had the confirmation, you would hear that as the chain gun is racked, but rather than shooting at the 2 mechs, I am looking for anything that I could blast off to create trouble for the mechs to get through. I'm looking to create debris, something just to slow them down from getting closer to us.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, there's like catwalks and stuff that kind of dot the area. You might be able to like knock one down that has some crates like on it that'll cause the crates to kind of like spill out. So let's go ahead and get your roll. This would be a power test, I guess. We'll just call it that, and you can have advantage because again, you're shooting an immobile object.
That's a pass.
Okay, cool. So you light into this thing. You hear that ting 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 ting, of the bullets, slamming into the metal of this walkway, and you just kind of cut a line straight through the metal of the walkway and its banister that kind of forms the handrail. And almost immediately, the metal through there is like that glowing orange, hot, and it just slags and drops, bending. You can hear that horrible like noise as the back end like caves underneath the weight, and all of these crates, probably the size of a man easily, tumble down and spill out across the floor of this facility before then bouncing and starting to rise in the 0G. Okay, second PC slot.
Who wants to take it?
I'll go.
Please.
So Locke, as he was on his way over to the crate that Raven had found, that is full of rockets, as he was starting to take some of them out, and Sage and H42 end up yelling that we had contacts. He's going to kick a boot up and push this crate of rockets towards the Mantis, since we're in 0G. And as it floats, he's going to prime one of his frag grenades and time it to then throw the grenade as this pallet of rockets reaches its feet.
Bravo. Okay, so let's resolve it as a grenade attack.
Okay.
And then it'll just have some pluses thrown on there.
So I do have a rocket launcher with a use action. It does an additional D6 worth of damage, if that helps you with figuring out what you want to do. But
okay, cool. Thank you.
And so I'm just rolling a power or a mobility.
What does it say with frag grenades?
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry.
It is a frag grenade, not a plasma?
Power. Yeah, frag grenade.
Okay, cool. Then yeah, just test your power.
So I rolled 7 out of 16, so that's a success. Cool. It does 2d6 to one near and to one near and anyone that is close to that target. So if the mantis are next to each other, I could potentially hit both. But
anybody who is close, you said?
Yeah, so the target has to be near, and then anything that is close to that target would also be hit.
Right. So the grenade impact, the grenade explosion isn't going to be able to catch both of them. However, the secondary explosion that's going to happen from this crate of rockets will absolutely be able to catch both of them. Specifically because you could have basically kicked it in such a way that it split the distance between them evenly. Yeah.
So the 2d6 is going to come out to 6 damage for the grenade.
Okay, cool. So one of these... I don't know what the plural of mantis is. Is it manti?
Manti.
Sure. How much was it? 6, you said?
Yes, sir.
6.
6
Got it.
damage.
I love to count. All right. So this grenade goes off right against this crate of rockets, and again, there's that initial explosion that kind of engulfs the immediate area, and almost at the point that it kind of is then depleted of oxygen enough to just basically suck back in on itself. The fire seems to penetrate this crate, and there's a secondary, much larger explosion. You all can feel that the station beneath your feet is moved by this explosion, and probably set somewhat off course. But this, enormous eruption, one of these rockets on top of another in such fast succession that it's impossible to tell the explosions apart, rips through that part of the storage unit, engulfing both of the mantises. So go ahead, if you would, please, Mike. Roll me 66.
Oh yeah, you got it. That'll be 24.
Okay.
So total of 30.
Okay.
Beautiful.
All right, let's see here. They are... Ooh, okay. So you can see that the both of them are now sparking from the sides of their chassis that kind of face where this explosion just happened. They're washed over with this black soot. One of them, the chain gun on that side, is smoking and sparking, but still seems to be spinning up with activity. The other, you can see that a few of the missiles that are in that kind of array that's attached to the side of the chassis have been blackened, but none of them seem to have detonated to themselves. Okay, so you can track damage if you'd like. I'm perfectly cool with that, Mike. Thank you. One thing to keep in mind is they have thick plating, which reduces all incoming damage by 3 points. So what that means is Mantis number 1, the one that was caught in the grenade explosion and the rocket explosion, has currently 24 points of damage on it. And Mantis 2 has 21 points on it.
Yeah, 3 and 3 from the 2 explosions.
Yep.
Perfect. And Stevie, did Sage do damage with the chain gun, or were you just doing the debris stuff?
It was just debris. I wanted to maximize efficiency.
Okay, so that is the second PC slot. There is still one more PC slot before these things close enough to be able to start interacting with you.
And does that mean is that for me because I got the last success, or could any two?
That's up to you. I think you would have first dibs on it, so to speak. But if you want to pass it, I'm okay with that.
I'd probably pass it to Raven, just seeing like the supersize amount of damage coming in, and I know Arthur can take some hits, worst case. So hopefully, just to put it to an end. So yeah, I'd definitely forego it.
All right. What's the distance to these?
They are currently at not close, not near, but far. So the third range band.
Okay, so we're gonna see how this goes. Raven's seeing as kind of Raven feels like his leash has kind of started to get longer and longer, and he kind of finally feels like it's been dropped, and he feels like he is in battle mode now. And he's going to engage his jetpack again and get within range of probably the most damaged one. Try to get on the side of where you said there's a rocket launcher arm on them.
Yeah, so each one of these are equipped with kind of the standard loadout, if you will, the chain gun that's on the right arm, I think, and the missile pod that's on the left. And basically, whatever the inside is of each of those mechs, so one of them's the chain gun seems damaged, and the other one, the rocket pod, seems damaged, but they have the same layout.
The more damaged one, I don't know if it's possible with the size of these, but I'd like to, as he launches off with his jetpack, you kind of hear this psh, and his just lost the name of it. Is it a plasma sword? The sword comes out.
Yeah, absolutely.
He would very much like to try to cut this missile pod off, but I need to roll my reactor die for my jetpack. That's a 6, so that's a success.
Excellent.
And then I test power to attack, right?
Yes, unless the energy sword says otherwise, it should be power. Power is kind of the default for attacking.
I don't think so.
Cool.
All right, that's a success.
Excellent. Okay, and your damage.
And my sword is a plasma sword, so it's dripping this blue kind of energy off of it, so it ignores armor points.
Oh, excellent.
That
Very
would be
sexy.
my weapon quality that I took.
Okay.
That is 4 damage, and I'm also going to use my pilot ability and lose 2 armor points to roll that dice again. That's another 8 damage. So 12 damage all up.
And that ignores the DR?
Yeah.
That'd be 36.
Whew, okay. Okay, so you leap upwards, if you will, up to the height of this thing's shoulders, and take this lunge with your energy sword, and you manage to sever the front mechanism that's attaching this rocket pod, this missile array, to the damaged side of this mech, and it starts to kind of fall away. It doesn't really have enough weight because of the 0G to really pull it off, but it seems to kind of be floating on a different trajectory than the rest of the mech, and it definitely is disconnected. You can see the front of the missile array kind of tilt downwards. That being said,
That would be my turn.
It is now the Mantai's turn. Mantises. All right. The first one, I think the obvious choice, the most damaged, with 1203 all up in its grill, is going to take its stomp attack against you. It is going to raise one of its feet and slam it down into the ground on that side of its body nearest you. I need you to test power, please.
That is a success.
Excellent. So this thing slams its foot down, and you manage to kind of roll in the 0G with the impact, the concussive wave that kind of comes off of this thing's foot as it slams it into the steel ground of this bay, and it's not able to get you with its stomp. However, its second action is going to be to unleash its armor-piercing rounds from the chain gun on its sides as it whirs to life and begins spitting ammunition back in the direction of Sage and the warthog that he is standing in the back of. So Sage, I need you to test mobility. However, you're going to be at disadvantage because you are locked into a warthog's turret at the moment.
That's a fail.
Okay. So you kind of try to lean out of the way of this, but this thing is just spitfiring so much ammunition that this is just railing on you.
Is he close to me? In close range?
Neither one of you have gone yet. Oh no, he did, but you didn't move.
I didn't move.
It was both on their motion tracker.
Right? Yeah. I think so. I think so. You're close enough to be considered close. You got
Okay.
something?
Yeah, the kinetic absorbers. If a close mecha takes damage, you choose to take damage instead.
Ooh, okay. So, Arthur, you kind of move into position and kind of dive in front of this this kind of spray of bullets. You are going to take 5 points of damage, and
Okay.
2 of that ignores your armor entirely. So if you
Okay.
have enough armor to soak all 5, you would soak 3, but still take 2 hit points of damage.
Okay.
So you managed to throw yourself in between this spray of bullets that was headed directly for Sage and the warthog that he was in. That takes care of the first mantis, as it also missed its stomp against 1203. The second is going to move forward 1 range band, so they are now near from all of you. Well, they would be, yeah, I guess they're near from all of you because they were close before to 1203, but now they're near from him. Going to move up to that point, and they're going to unleash both of their weapons. I think the armor-piercing rounds this time, which is the damaged side of this particular mantis, is going to be shooting at Locke. So Locke, you're going to be able to test mobility for me, but you'll be able to have advantage because this is the damaged weapon on this thing.
That is a pass. Double
Okay.
pass.
Excellent. So this, again, this spray of lead is just thrown in your direction. How do you avoid that?
His next action was going to be to start moving towards them. So I guess he's goes about it in like a flanking sweep to get behind some crates for cover on that path.
Absolutely.
So he'll be kind of headed in the same way that Raven went, because he was in amongst the crates. So he's going to take that same path in.
Sure. The mantis's torso kind of pivots to follow you a little bit with this chain gun, and we can watch the tracers of these bullets like light up the room kind of in this strange arc. But each one of these bullets kind of, harmlessly just into the sides of these crates. You kind of all hold your breath for a moment after hoping that nothing inside was explosive ordnance, and it seems like, luckily, that was not the case. And meanwhile, as it does it, it also, think, and looses these missiles out of its missile array on the side, and they kind of come out in the same trajectory as these bullets, and then immediately change course and head to where they had locked on and aimed before. Back at Sage again. Sage. These missiles are incoming on you. I need you to test system. This one you can have, you won't be at disadvantage for.
It's another fail.
Okay. All right. This one, unfortunately, Arthur had already taken the dive sideways for the bullets that were incoming, and that leaves you open for these missiles as they straight towards you, and they hit you and the warthog. You are going to take 6 points of damage to your shields first, if you've got them. Your armor first, rather.
You'll see my armor pop after being struck.
All right. So these missiles, each one of them kind of in rapid succession of each other, managed to cause your shields to shimmer offline, and the warthog kind of dents in the back a little bit. Some of the paneling blown off from these small explosions. The warthog, if you would track that for me, Stevie, has taken 2 points. This thing would have armor. Does somebody have the Halo modifications up? At the very bottom of that list, there should be a list of vehicles. I probably gave a Warthog armor of some kind.
Yes, it has 6 armor points.
Okay, cool. So it's fine. The damage that is sustained from this explosion is superficial on the Hog. That takes care of both of the Mantai's actions. So now we have the remaining 2 PC slots.
Okay. Just we get 2 actions in the round, right?
Yes, correct. If you take the same action, the same type of action twice, then you have to roll your reactor die.
Okay. I am going to go to the... Are both mantises kind of in the same near if I get between them, or are they far apart?
If you get between, well, no, because one of them moved a range band. So you would be able to be close to one and near to the second, regardless of which one you get closer to.
Okay. Okay, then I am going to go to the one that still has the missile pod.
Okay. It is currently near to you.
Okay,
So if you were
do that.
move a range band, essentially, you would be close with it. So movement is one of your actions, and then I'm assuming an attack as your second.
I was going to use the armor lock to disable the electronic or any system tests to lose their next turn. All close electronic devices, including Mecha, must make a system test to lose their next turn. So I was going to use armor lock CMP.
Right. So you're just going to like pop it real fast. Yeah. Just pop it real fast and then pop out so that way it gives that little kind of burst out away. Okay. Whoever wrote these rules did not understand this game because they don't have a system to test against. So let's do your system roll, and you can have advantage.
You gotta be kidding me. My system is 10, and I rolled 2 10s.
Oh, no. Okay, so you move up and pop back out again, and you misjudge the distance of how effective this EMP is going to be with the shockwave that's coming off of that other mantis's foot that is stomped down, and it tends to kind of almost bend or warp the effect of this EMP just enough that it just kind of glances across the outside of the second mech, and it keeps going. Absolutely, Nathan. You didn't hold down the B button long enough, or the trigger, or whatever it was.
Left bumper? No, X. I'm playing through Reach right now. It's X.
Oh, there you go. It wasn't quite long to do the whole animation. Boxer. Ooh, there you go. Who was it that played Boxer? Is it you, Mike? Yeah. Never understood it, but it worked for you. Perfect. Okay.
So I need a test reactor?
Yes, I think so.
Twice, because for the armor lock ability, you have to test, and then you used action, use action.
Well, no, he moved.
Oh, yeah.
Is popping out also an action?
It's a use action to get in, and then a use action to get out.
So I'm just at speed at the moment.
So right now, actually, you're still in armor lock because you had to move to close.
Yeah.
And then you activated. So those were your 2 actions because move counts as an action in Mecha Hack.
Right.
Right. So you closed with it and then activated armor lock. So right now you're currently still in it.
Okay.
Okay.
Go first next turn.
So, right. That just leaves Athena, I believe.
Yeah. I would probably look over at Locke, who just like kicked this whole crate of rockets. And I'll kind of turn towards Locke, and I'm going to use my auxiliary ability, Reinforce, and you get to add a d6, and you can choose to roll that and add that to any damage roll you make. Well, I'll do that second. I'm gonna blast into it with my assault rifle, because I have to roll a reactor die to give you that reinforce. And if it doesn't work, I might be sitting still. So I'll shoot first with my my assault rifle.
Okay, and which of the menti are you shooting at?
The one that took the most damage.
Okay.
So the one that Raven is on.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, the
cool.
one that Raven's on. Thank you.
Absolutely. So you're gonna roll power, test power.
Ooh, that is a swing and a miss.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh,
go ahead, please.
Oh no, I think I just blast wide. I'm trying to not hit Raven. I just can't risk it. Don't get a good shot.
Yep.
But then
Raven's
I
kind
will
of all over the
reinforce
place with his sword, kind of like
Mhm.
almost dancing with this thing. Absolutely.
jumping on top of it.
Cool.
Yeah, I'll give
Wait
the
till my next
reinforce
turn.
to Locke.
Okay, cool. And
but
Locke, you
then
have
I
that
have-
recorded? Sweet. Okay. Sorry, go ahead, Gwendolyn.
Got it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll give the reinforce action, and then I need to roll a reactor.
Ooh, okay.
I roll a 4, so I do not overheat.
Ooh,
So
okay, good deal. Good
you
deal.
get to add a d6 to your next damage die roll, or any damage die roll. You get to choose.
That's awesome. Okay, that having finished out the round, we've got 3 PC slots that. No, fuck it. Let's re-roll. Everybody re-roll mobility and presence. Let's keep this dynamic. See what we're gonna get here. Good sign from Nathan. Excellent.
Success this time.
Okay, that's 1,
Pass.
2,
Success.
3. Okay, 3 and 2 again. So 3 PC slots, whatever order that you wish.
And
You want me,
sure
you want me
go,
to pop
brother.
out? All right, I'll pop out an armor lock.
All right. Second part. Electric
So-
Boogaloo. Literally this time.
Electric Boogaloo. So they need to test system, right?
Yeah, so we're going to have you roll that again at advantage.
Okay.
You want to roll something probably higher than 10s. Or no, lower than 10s.
Lower than 10 this time.
Lower than 10s. Yeah.
Let's see if my dice like me. Nope. 13 and 14.
Okay. So same thing that I described earlier. You pop out and just kind of misjudge how close you needed to be to this thing's legs. And it didn't quite go as far as you were hoping. What is your second action, though?
So I will cock my shotgun, which has plasma rounds, and just shoot right up into its little codpiece.
Into its cockpit? Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Cool.
So
yeah, you
just
rack
power?
that M90 and yeah, roll power.
Ooh, that is a 2.
That's
That's
very
not
close.
a crit.
Nope, not quite, but it is a solid hit. Okay, so
With
roll.
my chassis
Mhm.
is considered a heavy weapon, so it'll be +2 to damage.
Fantastic. Excellent.
So 7 damage total.
And which of the 2 was this again? This is the second.
This is the one that still has the. This is the one that still has the missile pod.
Right.
It's the one
okay,
that
so
moved
yeah.
forward,
Yep,
which
number
is
2.
the one that was less damaged. Yeah.
Right. So you
It's
did
now
7
25.
points. Okay, sweet. Thanks,
Yes. Yeah, so I had plasma rounds on that one. So
Mike. Oh,
I
you had
think
plasma
that-
rounds. It does. It bypasses that armor. So add another 3 points on there, Mike. Excellent. So yeah, I imagine what that probably looks like is instead of actually being plasma for the M90, it's probably just a slug instead of like a spread of like shot.
I called it dragon rounds on my character sheet.
Yeah, perfect. That's excellent. So yeah, this super heated like metal slug that's about the size of like an eyeball in its circumference just like bores a burning hole straight through the armor plating on this mantis from beneath. Okay. That was the first PC slot. Who's next?
Do you want to go, Locke, or do you want me to go?
Go for it.
All right. So is it a use action to activate a shield, right? To just the mobile hand shield?
Yes.
All right. So you're gonna hear another one of those psh from Raven. As it's almost strange to see a Spartan, but he's got this energy sword in his right hand, and he's got a shield like a buckler on his left arm, and he's going to attack this again with the energy sword. Ooh, that's not good. That's going to be a fail on that one.
So you swing up, and this thing has started to bring its foot back up again, and your sword just passes straight underneath the foot of this mantis. What's your second action?
That would be a use and an attack, right? To activate the shield and attack.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes,
Okay.
That is correct.
Just making sure.
Rub some salt in that wound there. So, all right. That was the second PC slot. Who is number 3?
So Locke is going to keep going on that path to kind of trace Raven's footsteps. But he's going to intersect with the close mantis, the one that's less damaged, but still has that rocket pod at full strength. And he's going to run up and then slide underneath it, pulling out his second SMG, and he's going to dual wield with the quicken feature. And just light him up to try to get behind him as he passes by. So with the quicken feature, I make 2 attacks at a D6 instead of a D8 for damage. So I don't know if that will put both of them at an extra D6 with the ability that Athena gave me or not.
Read it to me. Read it to me one more time.
So quick is the weapon feature that I have. And instead of making 1 attack, I make 2 attacks, but it's at 1 die lower. So instead of my D8 for damage, I'll roll a D6 for damage. So I don't know if both of them will have that extra D6 or not. Because I don't know if it's on my next attack action, they get the extra D6, or if it's just for 1 attack.
So we're handling that a little different because technically quick applies to 1 weapon, and we're just kind of flavoring yours as 2. So I'll tell you what I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll allow you to either add a D6 to one of them after you make your attack rolls, or you can decide before you make your attack rolls to split it and do an extra D4 to each one.
D4 to both.
Okay, there you go.
Cool. So I'm testing power. I rolled a 3 out of 16 and a 5 out of 16.
Excellent. Both hit. So a D6 and a D4 for each of them.
Ooh, nice. And then... so from the first shot, it's going to be a total of 10, which will round down to 7. And then the second is going to be 6, rounding down to 3. So total of 10. So put it at 38.
These things are, you can hear the whine of the hydraulics as these things are still kind of working through the significant amount of damage that you have all managed to put on these things, but they are both still kicking. And speaking of kicking, I believe that brings us to their turn. So, we have the one that is still closed with 1203. Was raising its leg to give another little stomp, so we're going to do that again. I need you to test power, please, sir.
Another success.
Excellent. Okay, so again, just anticipating the raise of the foot of this thing. They're not super fast in this. Raises it up, and you manage to roll once again with the 0G and ignore the effects of the concussive force of this foot.
I imagine Raven's like just engaging and disengaging his kind of mag boots, and just he shouldn't really be able to do this in 0G, but he's just kind of bouncing around. Like he'll point his foot one way and just engage one, and it'll kind of zip over to that side.
Excellent. Okay, let's see. For the second action of this thing, it doesn't have its rockets anymore. So it's going to have to go with the armor-piercing rounds again. And I think that they have locked on to H-42. So they're going to continue firing at you. So I need you, please, to test mobility again.
Okay. A 2. 13.
Okay, excellent. So this time, you managed to lead the trajectory of these, this array of bullets that is flying in your direction, and again, put a crate or something else kind of between you, and kind of lead it maybe even further, a little bit away from Sage, and again, just these bullets are just ricocheting off of these crates. Okay, that was the first mantis. The second is the one that is currently closed with... Who was on that one?
I was technically right on it. It was the one I shot with the shotgun.
I am now on
okay.
it as well.
Okay. So that's my bad. Let's rewind that, back it up a bit. Since you moved a range band, let's hold off. Those bullets flying instead back to its original target, Sage. So instead of the roll having H-42 roll for that, let's have you roll for that instead. You're going to make a mobility, but because I made a faux pas, you can have advantage on it. Pass. Okay, cool. So still in that hog, you basically just kind of like duck down behind the shielding, the fans on either side of the 50 cal, and it just like across the armored plating, ting, 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 kind of flying off into random walls here and there as it's deflected. Okay, that was the first mantis. The second mantis, the one that is on H-42, you can roll, but you're going to be rolling power. And you can have advantage on it. Since again, that was my screw up. As it's going to try to stomp you as well.
Oh, the advantage dice saved me. I got an 8 out of 15.
Okay. So again, this thing raises its leg up. And as it's starting to come down, you realize you're going to be caught underneath it. And you manage to grab a crate and slide it over beside you. And this thing comes down on top of that crate and crushes it probably a good foot or two, but where you're ducked down beneath the surface of it, it's basically keeping this foot from being able to crush you instead. All right, so that was the stomp of the mantis. This one still has its rockets. I think it's going to fire them at, let's say Locke. Going to fire these. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not going to fire its rockets because they haven't recharged their rockets yet. So it will be the armor-piercing rounds instead. So I need you to test mobility, please. And then I need to roll to see if they get the rockets back.
Roll a 1.
Ooh,
Nice.
Okay. So again, you managed to keep something between you and the spray of bullets from this this walking tank. And you're in no danger as these bullets just kind of embed themselves in some of these crates. Okay, so that's both of the mantis. It is the other two PC's turns.
Sage is gonna speak over the comms. Athena, it really sucks being in a stationary vehicle, and he's gonna pilot the Warthog over to Athena.
Ooh. I'd for sure hop in. No doubt about that.
Okay, so are we talking Sage on the wheel, Athena on the gun, or vice versa?
Yeah, Athena on the gun.
All right.
Okay, excellent. All right, so you pull up, do that thing where, the ass end of the Warthog kind of slides across the floor, to like stop right where Athena is standing. So Athena, all you basically have to do is just kind of like reach, like turn around and like grab the edge of the hog and like swing yourself up into the the platform to stand on this turret, and you're ready to rock and roll. All right, so
I'm gonna move in a wide arc.
Excellent. So I don't know what the rules that I wrote up for the Warthog says, but I would imagine moving a range band is something it can do. Moving more than one. Ah, look at Andy. I love you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so let's see. Enter exit with a use action, but you are already in it. All you were doing was just literally hopping over. Ignores difficult terrain, reduces all movement by 1 action. Okay, cool. So even moving to where Athena was is basically a freebie given to you. So you still technically have 2 actions, Sage.
I will activate my radar jammer as we are heading towards it.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
I would just, I'd just say, Sage, I think you just run into them.
And then
Smash them down.
Then I will attack.
Perfect. Okay. So let's see. Passage have advantage on ability tests.
Like the cut of your jib, Athena.
And the one that's on us has his foot on a crate, so he'd be kind of unstable at the moment. You might be able to knock him over.
That is true. He is also the most forward of the 2. Okay, cool. So let's do that.
Yeah.
If you are good with that, Sage, let's roll. Man, I don't know what piloting an external vehicle would fall under. I would guess mobility.
Pass.
Nice.
Excellent. So you steer this Warthog, kind of weaving and cutting in between this series of crates that you had spilled out onto the floor just moments before. You come swinging around and line up a nice straight shot and floor it, and just traveling as fast as you can. It's 0G, so this thing's not wanting to grip real great on the ground, but you get as much traction as you can, and you're going to slam the grill of this Puma right into the crate that's underneath the foot of this mantis. So let's do this. Roll your damage dice twice.
It's nice.
4 points.
Okay. Excellent. So you slam into this crate, and sure enough, the crate just kind of goes shooting off into the back end of this warehouse somewhere. And that mantis, not yet being able to correct for the sudden shift in its balance, begins to teeter over. Again, it's 0G, so this thing's not moving very fast, but it is definitely starting to teeter. And as it does so, it hits one of these other walkways and causes sparks to kind of shatter and fly all over the place as it takes a little bit of damage from that. And your Warthog continues forward and slams into the second leg, causing a piece like a hose or something to like come loose on its leg. Cool. So that was the 2 actions of Sage. Athena, I think you still have yet to go, right?
Yeah, I think I just got a gun into it. I potentially, great. I just with the heavy machine gun, point blank, I'm just gonna just blast into it. And I'll do my first action as that, and I might take my second action as that as well. Okay.
And I'm going to say that with the way the gun on a Warthog operates, that you can take both of your actions as an attack action without having to roll your reactor die.
Okay. That's great. I just gotta roll well now.
There is that small part.
Or don't. Suck at rolling right now.
I did. Just for you. Just for you, Stevie.
Yeah.
I got a 15, so that is a failure.
Oh, no.
Okay. So it's warming up. It's starting to spin up.
Warming up.
Not quite there yet.
It's all right. Come on. That is a 19. So I just...
Amazing.
A circus, a gauntlet of failure, if you will, as I just blast into it and just pew, 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 just...
It just doesn't get through the DR. You're hitting, it just doesn't get through DR.
Absolutely. You're too damn close.
The coolest thing that never
you're
works.
you're probably having to yell that at Sage, too close, too close. I used to drive the Warthog in our group, and I got told that all the time because I wanted to run people over. Too close, too close. Oh shit, sorry. All right, so that was all of the actions for the round. So we're gonna go back to the top of the round and re-roll. So mobility or presence, your choice. I need to know pass or fail. 1 pass.
Pass.
2 pass.
Fail.
Pass.
Pass.
1 fail. Okay, this time 4 of you will get to go first, and then the enemies, and then the last of you. So once again, whichever order you so choose.
Is this mantis kind of off balance? Looks like it potentially will be falling over if we keep pressure.
If you keep pressure on it, yeah, for sure.
So I'm going to throw out my my deployable mine on the ground to where I think it might fall. And with its leg that's still up in the air, I'm gonna grab it, activate my mag boots, and then armor lock so it can't maneuver it.
Okay, very cool, Mike. Let's see. How does the mine read?
Use action, deploy onto surface, lasts until detonated. If enemy gets close, explodes. All close test mobility for 2d6 damage.
Okay. So you throw that mine out, and it kind of like kick, like skips 2 or 3 times, and then like forms a good surface, a good amount of surface action, and locks into place with its own mag lock. And immediately, beep, 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 you see the red light. As that thing is kind of skipping and bouncing, you move up, grab this leg, and armor lock into position. Did you roll your reactor die already?
I did, and I failed. I rolled a 1.
Ooh, okay. So you can feel the weight of this thing starting to try to shift back, like it's pushing down with the hydraulics of that leg to try to gain some stability. And so you're having to fight against the power of this mantis leg, and it's straining the gear, the servos in your suit.
That beautiful bluish white glow is actually starting to turn a little bit purple from the armor lock, kind of overheating a little bit, as just the weight of this is kind of overloading my system.
Hell yes. So this thing is trying real hard, but you're able to hold on to it long enough that it cannot get a good purchase and will fall, or at least fall close enough to detonate your mine. You're going to be fine because you're in armor lock, so I believe that absorbs all damage.
I take no damage while locked.
It makes perfect sense. So roll your damage for your mine.
So that'll be 6 minus the 3 for 3.
Yep.
Put it at 42.
Okay. How does it look whenever this thing explodes?
So as it collapses onto this mine, and that mine exploding, it kind of encompassed the entire thing. And on its back being its weak point, it got into a critical area, maybe even the fuel tank or the coolant or something like that, and it just caught the entire thing on fire as it then does an even larger explosion that kind of wafts around Locke as he's still in that Y position.
Excellent. Those of you in the Warthog have just kind of driven off past behind this thing, and the explosion kind of wafts over Athena in the back, and you kind of just duck again down behind the wings of shielding on the sides of the 50 cal, and the fire is not going to harm you. Cool. So that was that only the first PC slot? I think that was only
yeah, that was first.
All right, number 2.
Raven is going to try to take this other one out. How's it looking?
Not great at all.
I'm gonna give it another slash with my energy sword. That's good. That's a success. And I am gonna recklessly attack it again and drop my AP by 2 so I can roll 2 dice. It's a 2. It's only 3 damage, but it is plasma, so it will bypass the armor.
Absolutely. Yep.
He's kind of going for the legs this time, trying to put this one on the ground, but he doesn't really get as deep as he necessarily wants to.
Yeah, this thing is spewing all kinds of like hydraulic fluid and everything kind of all over here. And it's, formulating like globulates in the 0G and kind of floating away from this. Some of it's kind of, evaporating because of the heat of the plasma weapon and things, but some of it is escaping and it's starting to like, bounce off of things and kind of move along its surface and shit. And there's a lot of sparks that are flying everywhere out of this mantis, but it is still active. All right, number 3. Athena, sure.
And I have a try at redemption. Just turn the machine gun, just start blasting, just start screaming, come on, come on.
Absolutely. All right. So testing power again. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
I only attacked once. So
oh, my bad.
I completely forgot too. I'm used to just attacking once.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
I'm just gonna go for it again, actually.
Okay,
and
yeah.
I'll roll my reactor die as well.
Okay.
That's another success. And I'm gonna recklessly attack one more time. 2. That's 8 points of damage bypassing.
All right. So as you are delivering this secondary blow with your energy sword, Athena's gun is swinging around to aim directly at this secondary mantis. And what I would like is for the two of you to describe how the combination of your attacks finishes off this particular mantis.
I think that Athena is actually going to do the finishing off because rolling my reactor die, I did downgrade one. I'm not
perfect.
I am not locked and frozen, but as I go for this second energy strike, I get that. I get the leg this time, but it's not quite severed all the way. And I kind of almost hesitate for a moment, just, long enough for her to come in and do whatever she's doing to finish it off.
Yeah, I was imagining Sage just driving up like on top of it so that like I can't miss physically and just blasting into it at point blank range and just like blasting arm, like both arm, and then just cockpit just exploding into flames and that quickly snuff out.
It's Raven's downgrading reactor that stops him from stepping in front of the front tire of the Warthog as it crashes into this.
Perfect. Both of these mantis now lie in a heap of burning wreckage on the floor of this storage facility. And after that moment of intense hyper awareness and focus on what's going on around you, you realize the battle's over. That things have grown still and quiet once again. So we're out of combat. What's next?
Identify the pilots.
Yeah, I want to see what's in the pilot seats.
You move in, kind of scouring through the wreckage of these things, what wasn't exploded of them, finding the cockpits and wrenching open whatever hatch still remains behind. You find that they are completely and totally empty. The harnesses that would buckle the pilot in are not even affixed.
Sage is actually gonna again pull out his sniper and try and see where they were coming from.
Your best guess is from deeper into this storage facility. If you look that direction, move that direction, and investigate, you'll find a place where 2 deactivated mantises could have, like when they squat down, they almost form like a box. There's 2 spaces that are effectively that size and shape that are now completely empty. It looks like that might be where they came from.
It appears that there is an AI on this station.
Yep.
Speaking of AI, Raven's going to interact with his Fenrir, bring shields up, and he's going to bring his shields back up. And if possible, I would like to vent and take my reactor die back up as well. Is that possible?
I don't know if that's
Not sure how that works.
I think there's certain consumables and stuff that bring your reactor dies back up, or certain abilities.
Can one of the classes do it?
I think certain abilities can.
I think it was a rest or something.
Yeah, short rest could do it. But
that's
I think
like an hour.
Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to do the rest that brings my armor points back up.
Okay, that's just a use action, so it's that fast. It's basically as fast as it is in the game. You basically just wait for a moment, and it just kind of it recharges. So hopefully that answers your question as well, Stevie. Same.
Nice.
While we're kind of messing around in here, I want to look for a replacement grenade and a replacement mine if they're about.
Yes. So effectively, the way that I designed this room is it's pretty much got any UNSC equipment in it
Reload
that you could.
Station.
Yeah,
Perfect.
absolutely. So yeah, you're all able to reload whatever ammunition you might be down, consumables, that kind of stuff.
And I also found a grab lift that I'll throw over to Sage.
Yeah, perfect. There you go.
Appreciate that.
It's been there so long, there's like dust on it. Like completely.
Yeah, nobody
unused.
uses these.
Shame.
I'd be looking for some boost kits to bring some of the reactor dies back up a little bit.
Great call.
Because I know some of us are at least a little low.
Yeah. Okay. So roll me a d4, and this will be how many there are.
Will I roll low for the first time today? I got a 3.
Perfect. Okay. So you find 3 of these things, small little kit that contains them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd give 1 to Locke. I know Raven, I believe, needs 1.
You're down 2, so
I am down 2. So
don't be too. Yeah, I appreciate it, but you need 1 as well.
All right. So it
going
sounds
to
like
keep this one. Thank you.
Okay. Perfect. So it sounds like Athena, Tanaka, and Raven are the recipients of the 3.
I don't think Sage or Archer were down any.
Mm-mm.
Reactor? No, I don't think so.
Okay, so that works out.
I will look around the facility for the infamous original pistol. Kidding.
It's in a glass case on the wall. It's like use an emergency.
Hey, I use that all the time.
Everybody had to.
So good.
They
Caliber sniper rifle.
Incendiary rounds.
They inadvertently gave you the most powerful gun at the beginning of the game.
Yep. It's like in D&D when you're playing, you keep finding like magical gear, but you found something really cool early on. You're like, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Perfect. Okay. So it's not long into your harvest, if you want to call it that, of the equipment and the gear that's in this this warehouse storage unit when who is I guess Athena is probably the tech person in the group. Yeah.
Unfortunately for everyone here in my roles.
Okay. So Athena, there's a particular kind of signal or something that you have set up ahead of time that kind of activates on your HUD, and it is an alarm telling you that someone has accessed the door controls on your ship.
Everyone, the alarm I set for the ship, someone just opened the doors to our ship.
H42, what's your call?
Do you have a way to deactivate the ship?
I don't think so. Nothing that would work for more than just a moment.
Try and see if you can get. Well, no, this is a civilian station. They wouldn't have that defenses. We can either try and run and get it, or
Can Raven lock it down with his AI from here?
you can try.
It's not tapped into the system of the station at all. It's independent. So this range, it's just not going to be possible to do. Now, the ship is currently like powered down, but this alarm has triggered nonetheless.
Mhm.
Do we know of any other ways off of this station other than our ship?
You have not come across any. All of the escape pods have been jettisoned, and any vehicle that could fly out of here. Again, you haven't been to any of the rest of the landing bays, but you didn't see any when you were scouting for a way in.
So potentially our only way out, or someone else's way out that's been trapped here.
It is the only way out that you know of for a fact.
Correct. Yeah.
Let's get a couple of hogs and haul ass around to the thing. Or we can try jumping through space again, but I really don't want to try that.
We have another grav lift, so it'd be fine.
Well, that is at least a relatively short path because we got here quickly. But
Yeah.
do we think we could get there on hog faster?
God, please, yes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Let's get in some hogs.
Let's do it.
Perfect.
You always come.
So how are you guys, how are you folks all loading up into these warthogs? You're doing 3 and 2?
Passenger seat with the rocket
Okay.
launcher.
Okay.
Driver. I look at Sage. I'm like,
Okay.
I think you might be better on the gun.
Fair.
I got this.
Is
Okay,
it,
so Athena's one of our
mobility to drive?
drivers. Yes, it will be.
I have been good on mobility, but I'll take a driver's seat.
Okay, so the 2 A's, Arthur and Athena, are going to be our drivers. So it sounds like our gunners are Sage, or Jermaine, and Raven.
What hog do you want me in, Cap?
Take Athena's.
Got it.
Excellent. Okay, so it is going to take a little bit longer because you're having to basically take a path that these vehicles can A, fit through, and B, will be a consecutively connected path. You're not going to drive these things through space. Maybe a different time. So this is the way that I'm going to handle this. Your landing bay that you're going for currently counts as being 8 range bands from your current position. Okay? So, we're going to make a run for it. Let's get mobility or systems rolls as initiative from both of our drivers.
Can I, as an assist, shoot debris that might be in the way?
Hold that thought. You might be busy.
Can I do it with my rocket launcher?
Ooh, that's a good call.
Success.
2 successes. Excellent. Okay. So both of you will get to go before the dubiousness happens. To answer your question, Mike, I think let's do this. If you succeed on an attack roll, I will let one or the other hog move an additional range band that round. You can choose. Okay, cool. All right. So I think the hogs can move 3 range bands effectively in 1 round.
Yeah, it says reduce all movement by 1 action. What
Yep,
Andy posted
perfect.
earlier.
Yep. Okay, cool. So, like with the gun, if the driver is only taking the move action twice, you won't have to roll your reactor die. Same deal. Okay, so both of you are going to get to go before the dubiousness. So whichever order you wish, describe to me and make your rolls for what it looks like as you're hastily driving these warthogs through a space station.
I think probably my cart leading ahead because we have our rocket launcher help potentially. The idea is to clear debris, just make sure that the road stays clear so it's easier for commander to get through. But
excellent.
Yeah,
okay,
I would say go for it.
Cool.
You go first.
Yeah, I just gunning it. Just like swerving, like doing a lot of like drift turns around the corners, occasionally going up on two wheels and then coming bringing it back down, which is hard in 0G, but yeah.
Hey, it's good. It's a Halo thing. All right, so let's go ahead and get 2 mobility tests if you're moving twice. And let's have advantage on these if you would, please.
I passed.
Okay, excellent.
That is a pass.
Fantastic. Both of you passed. Did you both make 2 rolls?
I did not make my second roll yet.
Okay, go ahead and make your second rolls for both of you, if you would, please.
That's a pass.
Okay, good.
That is also a pass.
Okay, excellent. Passes all around. Okay, so this leg of the journey goes fairly smoothly. You're able to make your way around most of the larger pieces of terrain. The smaller stuff just goes right underneath the tires. With the lowered gravity, it's really not that big of a deal. It's easy to overcorrect, or it's easy to correct from. And you are able to move. Let's get Mike's roll and see if you can squeeze another range band for one of the warthogs. You're just going to test power, I think.
Rolled a 13 out of 16.
Sweet. Okay. Who would you like to apply the range band to? Which hog?
I'm going to do lead hog this time.
Okay.
Just because that way they're right behind us, but that way we can catch
absolutely.
them up next time.
Okay, so hog number 1 has now moved 4 range bands. You're halfway there. The second hog has moved 3. Just under halfway. Okay. As far as the gunners go, the 2 of you have noticed, as you're literally swiveling around, trying to keep an eye on things and find targets, you notice that you have started to see defensive turrets popping out of various stations in the walls, some of the floors. This station has been activated beyond mere reserve power at this point, and these defensive turrets begin to rev up. Okay, so we're gonna do 2 defensive turrets per hog. So these things have an ability called Locked On. Because they have targeting computers, any mobility checks to defend against these attacks are at disadvantage. However, I think the Warthog, all passengers have advantage on mobility tests and add 2 temporary armor points to their current total. So sweet. So all 3 of you, make sure that you track that separately, as long as you're inside the hog, which means that the advantage and the disadvantage on the mobility tests will wash. So each one of you, if you would please.
Can I, in response, when I see the turrets, activate my new radar jammer?
Ooh, excellent. Okay, absolutely. So I failed to actually take the two of y'all's accounts, your actions rather, before I started talking about the turrets. But so you've basically seen the turrets. They're gearing up to start shooting. They have not shot yet. Both of you can take your actions because you all passed.
And instead of throwing it out, can he throw it into like the floorboard by my feet? That way
I
it
was
stays
gonna,
in.
yeah, I was gonna hold on to this. Lock.
Perfect. And
Okay.
I'll grab it and I'll shove it down by my feet so I can still wield my rockets. Or hell, I'll hold it and I'll take disadvantage on any of my rocket shots.
That I will make. I'll make that deal with you. 100%. Okay, cool. So you activate that, kind of basically drop it into Locke's lap, and Locke, you kind of have to like scoop it up with one hand. You might even have to like hold it up a little to kind of keep it from interfering with the warthog, something like that. And so you've got this rocket launcher on one hand and this kind of bowling ball sized, radar jammer kind of held above your head with the other. I like it. All right, so activating the radar jammer, I think, is a use action, if I'm not mistaken. Sage?
Yes, use is use a module ability.
Sweet. So then you have one action remaining. You could attack, or if you have some other ability you'd like to activate, you may do so.
Yes, I will actually start laying into the nearest
Okay, perfect.
turret.
All right, roll your power. Let's see, what is a turret again? I think it's as the heavy machine gun. Yeah.
And that's a fail.
Okay. So you drop this in Locke's lap and like basically are trying to like swing this 50 cal around with one hand, already starting to squeeze the trigger as you see this defensive turret come online and start swinging towards you. You manage to reach up and grab your second hand, but not in time to turn the turret far enough to actually hit this emplacement. Okay. That leaves 1203. What you got?
How far apart are these turrets? Are they spaced out pretty well, or is there a couple close together?
No, it's like one's on one side of this corridor at once, like one end, and the other one's on the other side of the corridor, kind of at the other end. They're both kind of like aiming at you and adjusting like as you're passing.
Okay, then I will not throw the item I was going to throw. I will just lay into it with this heavy machine gun.
Cool. All right, so like I said, you can do it twice without having to roll. So without having to roll your reactor die, that is.
And that's power, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's a fail on the first.
Oh no.
And a fail on the second.
Oh no. Okay.
By one.
So apparently, just like this being the first two of these defensive turrets, they must have just like popped up, just like in such short notice that neither one of you were preparing for this kind of armament to appear out of nowhere. So though you are shooting at them, it just hasn't made any contact with them yet. Okay, so now they have come online, have turned, swiveled to target you. However, the target locator, the radar jammer, is going to be able. What is the range on a radar jammer? What is it? How does it read? You're muted.
It says as a sensor jammer, as a consumable.
Okay, yeah, it should be in the book.
As a use action, you and one other close or near Mecha become hidden.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, I still like the way that you're using it, Stevie. So let's say one close or near.
That's what it says in the book.
Okay, cool. So let's do it this way. You are both near to one another because you're only separated by one range band. So I will say that it will basically hide your hog, and the second one would qualify as one other near target.
Awesome.
So, okay. which means that it gives them disadvantage to attack you, which will wash with the advantage from their targeting computers. Okay, cool. So what I need is all of you to test mobility.
We have advantage from being in a hog.
Yeah, it's technically 2 sources of advantage and 1 of disadvantage, but I think in this instance... Okay. Yeah, with this instance, I'm okay. Let's do advantage on those mobility tests to defend against their...
Success on my end.
Success.
Okay, excellent.
Success.
Excellent. So far, so good.
Yes.
Sweet.
Success.
Excellent. Okay. So both of these things launch their first attack of their twin chain guns, and the armor of the warthog and the positioning of the hogs themselves render it completely inert. The bullets are ricocheting off of the armor of the warthog without any trouble, and none of you sustains any damage from the barrage of both of these things' twin chain guns. Their second attacks, you see, once again, like with the Mantis, this array of tactical missiles like rolls up from the back and locks into place, and several of these are going to launch out away from these in your direction. So let's see, tactile missiles. Okay, so another round of mobility tests, if you would, please.
With or without advantage?
With advantage still.
Success.
Success.
That is a success.
Excellent. So everybody succeeded again? Okay. Excellent. These missiles are trying to track and land, but this radar jammer is scrambling their targeting systems, and you can see some of them just like come out and do the thing like a paintball does sometimes, where it just kind of like takes a right-hand turn and just like goes towards Albuquerque. These things are just like hitting the walls and the ceiling, random doors and things, and no issue whatsoever. All right, so that is the first round. So, back to the top, we have the drivers who will need to make their rolls again, whatever it is that you're going to do this turn. You're just going to drive, and we'll need 2 mobility tests from each of you.
Nowhere to go but to drive.
Pass on the first.
Perfect. Okay, cool.
Ooh, that's a fail on the second.
Ooh, all right, all right.
Passed on the first, fail on the second.
Sames. Okay. All right, Tanaka. You want to supply your shot and see what you can get here?
Would love to. So I'm rolling at disadvantage, and we're rolling power.
Excellent. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I rolled a 20.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oof.
Okay. So you both got 1 range ban.
Their second fail is definitely going to have been my fault now, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. It being a critical failure. Yeah. So seeing the trouble that the gunners are having with these emplacements, and again, like you've moved range bands, so the defensive turrets that you're engaging now are not the same too, but they all
absolutely
seem to be uniformly built, so they have the exact same parts and things. Anyways, they're having trouble like lining up the shots on these things, and you decide, fuck it, I'll just, I'll give them a little bit of help, and you kind of swivel and turn and you shoot, and it trails in, but the problem is you locked on, and as you fired, the radar jammer causes the targeting on your rocket to go awry, and it makes this weird corkscrew kind of up. You remember that time you killed me with a Banshee and you didn't mean to
sir.
across the fucking map? Yeah, that's kind of what happens. It goes up in the air, arcs, and like comes right down into the floor, like right in front of the 2 warthogs. And all of a sudden there's this crater in front of you, and both of you kind of careen downwards into this secondary level of this ring. You're now on an entirely different floor. Mike, what is your rocket damage?
A D8 plus a D6.
Roll that for me, please.
Got it.
Probably unrelated to what's about to happen, though.
Axe damage.
Totally.
So that's 14.
We were doing so well.
14 points of damage. However, that was on a critical failure. So that's 28 points of damage to both of these warthogs. What armor do they have again? 6?
6.
6.
Okay. But one of them was already reduced by like 2 points, I think it was.
It was cosmetic, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they were pretty much fresh.
Yeah. It hadn't been hurt much at all.
You car
Okay.
smell.
So, so that's 22 points of damage to each of these hogs. Did I happen to actually list what they have?
D8
A hit die
and D8 reactor die.
Ooh, okay. Damn it.
We running from here, boys.
All right. So those warthogs drop through the floor and bottom out, and both of their axles snap, and like the front 2 wheels on one of them like fly off and like hit the walls. So they like skid to a halt, sparks just showering out behind them as they grind to a complete and total halt.
This year's Pumas were known for axle issues.
They don't make them like they used to.
Okay.
This was before they went into independent suspension. This was just a faulty model.
Oh shit, I forgot about that. The car guy would point that out. Thanks. Let's see. Okay, so you are currently 3 and 4 range bands away from your destination, respectively. This was the 2 drivers and Locke's turn. Okay, so there's still 2 of you who have not gone. 1203, Sage. What are you up to? What are you gonna do?
We're still surrounded by these turrets.
Of course you are.
So I will be activating my cloaking field. For sure.
Okay, probably not a bad idea.
And then I would like to can I use my evade module?
How does it read?
I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, okay.
All I got is the book in front of me.
Sure enough. Should be in the... I think it's based off of one of the ones out of the book, maybe. He could be a liar. The narrator says. Hold on. I'm going to try to see if I can't access that. I should have brought this up in the beginning. Elevator music. Hold, please. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Halo Mecha Hack. We're on the right track. Hold, please. You're doing evade? Okay, so the way that evade works is when you are attacked, you may take a move action in addition to your mobility test if it is successful, and then roll your reactor die. So
Okay.
it's more of like a reactionary thing.
Okay. Then I'm gonna fire at one of these things.
Excellent. Okay. Fire away.
And I will I'm gonna use my reckless attack at this point.
Okay. Probably not a bad idea.
So I succeeded on my attack.
Excellent.
I lose 2 AP. I'm gonna deal 7 damage to the one that's probably closest to us.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can describe what it looks like as you take that one offline.
You can't really see it until it's done. Out of nowhere, you just see a bullet, another beautiful tracer round, just careens through it, goes offline. It's done.
Excellent.
Next.
Okay, and then that leaves 1203.
How many of these turrets are there?
In the immediate vicinity, there's one more.
How far away is it?
Currently, it would be near.
All right, I'm going to try to read my own handwriting here. All right, I'm going to use my charging strike to strike at it with my energy sword.
Excellent. Okay. You kind of like use that run and lunge.
That is a success.
Sweet. All right, roll that up. And that's it won't matter if that is plasma on these guys, but
7 damage on that.
Oof, yep. You can describe what it looks like as you cut this one down.
He's just gonna like literally as this warthog crashes and skids to the ground, he kind of goes flying off over the turret, and as he's flying, he kind of uses his jetpack to stabilize himself and pulls out this blade and just slices it in half as he's coming down. And my reactor die is good.
All right. We're gonna get 2 more rounds of attack. Oh no, both of the defensive turrets are done. That's perfect. I'm going to push this kind of into narrative to resolve the rest of this particular encounter, just so that we can move on because of in the interest of time, because we are starting to get close to the time I was looking for wrapping things up. So if you would, each of you just take turns describing kind of how your character finishes this dash on foot now amongst these defensive turrets to close the distance and return back to the landing bay.
I take the radar jammer out of Locke's hand and says, I'll just hold on to this for now. And I run with it like a football, and I just start chugging down the street.
That freeing up Locke's hands again. He's going to put away his rocket launcher and pull out both his SMGs as he follows behind H-42 in our formation, and just running and gunning down these turrets. Just spraying and praying as we run down the hallways, just to damage them a little bit for the people behind to take them out.
Anything that Locke does not take down, Raven is behind him with, again, the energy sword in one hand and the energy buckler on the other hand, and just running up and just kind of bashing and slicing the rest of these turrets down that Locke doesn't take out.
I'll be throwing a hologram out just to get the turrets to be distracted as we continue to run down this hallway.
Sage will be jetpacking through the air and dashing, kind of doing some big hops, shooting with the sniper at the ones ahead just to do some damage to get them weakened.
And just like that, your team begins to fall into sync. Finally kind of falling into old habits again. Maybe because they put a scene kind of like this as a warthog race in every single Halo game ever. So it's like you've done this before. And you're making your way through the remaining distance between where the crash site was and where the landing bay is. And as you're doing so, making that progress, you realize part of the way there, Athena, you get a second alarm that the engines have been activated and started, and that preparations are underway for a takeoff.
We need to hurry up, everyone. Engines are warming up right now. They've started the ship.
Let's move.
Okay.
No time. quadruple time.
Start burning the reactors.
All that reactors.
Everybody starts burning hard, just pushing themselves as fast as you can. And you round the bend and can see down that corridor again into where the landing bay is. And you manage to basically kind of burst through the open doorway back into this landing bay, just as you can see the engines begin to glow and exhaust starts to like come out of the back of them, and it's going to start like lifting and pivoting around. So once more, let's roll initiative, mobility or presence. Or mobility or systems, rather.
Success.
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 3,
Success.
4.
Success.
Okay.
Yes.
Every single one of you gets to go before my turn. So whichever order you wish, please go for it.
Anybody opposed to Raven jetpacking onto the closest part of the ship he can get onto?
Go for it, man.
And
I'd love to
attempting to
watch
get
that.
inside.
I got no objections.
Cool.
That is good on my reactor die for the jetpack to get onto the ship.
Yep. So you
So-
can absolutely close the distance. So yeah, let's do a mobility at advantage to see how well this landing goes.
Success.
Excellent. So you managed to land right where you were aiming on this ship, even though it is kind of turning and starting to pivot. You land exactly where you would like, and you still have an action remaining.
Jetpack is a move action. I'm going to actually roll again and just try to move into the ship towards the cockpit to see if I can find out who or what is piloting this. To
Okay,
try to stop
absolutely.
it from going any farther.
Yeah, so you can try to force open the cockpit canopy if you want, or you can try to move into basically the cargo bay where you exited and make your way to the cockpit from there. It's kind of your choice.
Let me ask you this. What would I have to do to try to force the cockpit open?
A power roll.
I can do that, I think.
Okay.
Yes, that is a success.
Excellent. So you land and kind of take the 1-2 steps towards the cockpit canopy. Again, you know pelicans. You manage to find the weakest point in the hatch, and you just drive your fist through it, grab a hold of a part of it, and just wrench the thing open. Inside, in the pilot seat of this pelican, you see a Spartan. Not just any Spartan, but the Spartan that you might expect to see. You see K405, Lorena, inside. You are close enough, looking down, that you can see through the reflective portion of her visor. And what you see kind of throws you for just a moment. You can see her skull very clearly visible inside. The eyes glowing with the blue hue of an AI.
I think Raven just kind of freezes for a moment and I don't know if he's waiting to see what the rest of his team does, or to see if this thing says anything, but he knows that this is not this Spartan anymore.
All right. That's the first PC slot. Who's next?
No one's wanting to go. I suppose I can.
Sure.
I would start moving towards it, and I would activate my jetpack. And I don't necessarily know how I do this, but like getting up close, just like seeing that she's in the cockpit, I think, because it's like an energy door, right? Like it just keeps out the vacuum of space, but it doesn't necessarily like you could pass through it, right?
The door to the landing bay?
Are we,
Or-
is this
or
in
on
the
the
landing
Pelican?
bay? Like to outside
Yes.
space.
Yeah, so currently, between you and the pilot, there is nothing at all, but the wall that leads to space is an energy shield that the UNSC kind of adopted from Covenant technology.
If I can do this, I would love to jetpack over and try and kind of move out of the way, push Raven out of the way, and I want to see if I can take the gravity hammer, and I want to see if I can like hit her and try to inject her into space.
All right. Excellent.
Because the gravity hammer, if I success, I can push them to a near range. So at least kind of get
Okay.
them on the journey. So I'd have to test presence to do it.
Okay, let's get some rolls. So first up for the gravity hammer, you said it was a presence, is that right?
That's what it's in the document.
Okay, perfect.
That is a success. That is a success.
Perfect.
That's how good it was.
Success. That's success. I like it. I'm gonna steal that. Okay.
Using Andy's rule book again, I see.
I know. I take the gravity hammer and I flash. Wait, no.
Oh my god. Well played, Michael. By the way, that was clever.
Thanks.
Okay. So what happens whenever you succeed with the gravity hammer? How does that read?
I
just
do
moves them?
6 points of six points
sweet.
of damage to 2 close enemies and push them to near range. Then I roll my reactor.
Okay. All right. So, Mike, are you going to track damage again for this? Are you good with that?
You got it, brother. You got it. Now I got it.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got it.
405.
Okay. Well, wait. Hold on. Because they have energy shields, they reduce all incoming damage by a D8. So how much damage did you have, Athena?
A D6.
D6. Did you roll it already?
Yeah, I rolled 6 damage.
Full damage. Okay, 6. Let's see. Okay, so she's gonna reduce 3 of it. So 3 of it bypasses her armor shields and is going to actually deal the 3 points of damage. And then it also moves her a range band.
Pushes them to near range, which I believe is the next range.
Okay.
Yeah, because we were at close because I just meleeed.
Absolutely.
So she's at near.
Okay, cool. So yeah, what does it look like as you don't fully eject her out of the energy wall, but she is flying that direction currently?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I just like stick the hammer in and it's kind of got that spike and I try to just like jam it into like under her arm and I just kind of rip it up and then throw it out, kind of throw her out in that direction. Hopefully trying to have her like not have anything to grab onto.
Absolutely. And as you do so, her body comes up and out of this pelican seat and is flying in that direction. And you can hear the gears and the servos of her power armor working. So she's moving around, but with all of the noise from the servos, you also hear a very distinct sound of clacking coming from inside of the suit. And it sounds unmistakably like bone clattering against bone.
That's not good.
Okay, that's PC slot number 2. Who's my third?
are we able to see anything? I mean, nobody's really reported that it's the picture we saw.
As of right now, you see a Spartan flung out of the seat of this pelican and towards the energy barrier.
Yeah, but our comrades had started fighting it. What range
absolutely.
are they at now?
So they will be. They traveled from close where you are to. Both of you used a jetpack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
that would
from
be-
us, like how far did they travel to get there, and then
Right. That's what I'm calculating out in my head. So they would have been close. They traveled far with their jetpacks to get to the Pelican, and then they were moved a range band beyond that by the gravity hammer. So they would be so K405 would be distant from you currently. Yeah.
Sage will activate his cloaking field. And I rolled a 4 on my reactor die.
You should be good.
Okay. And then I will. So I have become hidden. And then I will make an attack. My sniper does have ranged on it. So it says if you do not use a move action, you have advantage on a single attack on the same turn.
Okay. And I'm assuming, it's a 50 cal sniper rifle, so distant is not a problem. I don't think that's going to be an issue. So go for it.
Got a 2, so that's a success. And that's going to be 4 points.
Okay, 4 points lessened by only 1, so another 3 points go through. Okay, cool. So that was both of your actions. So who's my number 4?
Okay, so she's distant. If we can only move, if we double move, we can only move a range band, right?
Correct. Yeah.
yeah, what's the range increment for the guns and stuff?
I don't know. No, I don't remember. I don't have the book in front of me. Hang on. Unless somebody knows where that happens to be. I think it lists it with the weapon.
If we move once, we're far, and I assume we can at least shoot far.
I think that's the case. I think ranged weapons can shoot near and far, if I'm remembering right. So yeah, if you move one range band, you should be able to engage with a ranged weapon. Does that answer your question, Andy?
Ranged attacks against close and distant enemies have disadvantage. So if they're near or far, then you're good.
Okay, cool. So you can make a distant attack if you'd like. You would just be at disadvantage. Or you can move and then attack, and it would get rid of the disadvantage.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So I'm going to keep the run and gun that we were doing before. So I'm going to keep, as I'm running up, I'm going to be spraying with both my SMGs with that rat-a-tat-tat. That very satisfying sound. But I will move first, technically, to then shoot.
Okay, excellent. And then you get your quick, so you get 2 attacks still.
So the first is 7 out of 16 for success, and then a 3 out of 16.
Sweet. So that's 2 hits.
For a total of 10 damage, but it would be 5 and 5. So I don't know if that is 2 separate attacks for the DR or.
Well, how does quick read out of the book? Does it treat it as 2 different sources, or does it treat it as a single source?
I just wrote down that it's 2 attacks at a D6.
That's cool. I got you.
Quick.
Quick.
Says light only. You deal unarmed damage with this weapon, but can make 2 attacks with it using a single attack action.
So the way that it reads, it does sound like it's 2 different sources of damage because it's technically a second attack. So cool. I'm going to roll that twice. What did you say it was? 5 and what? Oh, it's just 5 from each.
5 and 5. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the first one is only shaving off 1 point, so that's going to be 4 points that go through. The same on the second, so 8 points get through. A solid hit.
That'll put her at 14.
Okay.
I'm gonna move up 1 range band and attack. And I'm also attacking with plasma rounds, if that will make a difference on your end.
Okay, it will. Mm-hmm.
But I'd missed.
Okay. That kind of makes sense. You're still using the shotgun? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's a long distance for a shotgun to go. It has a big round that it's shooting, so it meets a lot of air resistance and slows down a lot faster. So yeah, it just doesn't quite travel far enough before it starts to kind of fall off. And eventually it'll pass through the shield wall, the shield energy shield. Okay. That was all 5 of the PCs, I believe. Okay. It is now Lorina's turn. Like your commander, she too sports an M90, which she is now unleashing from her back, and is going to, let's see. She is an ace, so she can move and make 2 attacks. She is going to attempt to move, because as of right now, she is kind of flying through the air. She's going to try to grab a hold of something and see if she can bring herself back down. So I'm just going to roll a d20 and kind of see what happens here. That's an 8. So I'm going to say she succeeded on whatever it was she was attempting. There's a piece of... called a piece of the longsword that's still kind of like floating around that she manages to grab a hold of and basically throw in the opposite direction, and it kind of like makes her travel directly away from it, which is enough to make her way to the rim of the energy shield door. As she does so, she kind of checks, makes sure that she's on track to not flying out into space, is going to pull out the M90, rack the chamber, and is going to fire. Let's see. I think she's going to fire at Athena. I mean, you're the one who threw her out of here. I definitely think that that's going to be the case. So I need you. Oh, wait. Okay. All close and near targets, which is only going to be Athena and I think 1203, because they were the only 2 that were on the Pelican. So I'm going to need both of you to please test mobility.
Success.
Okay, good.
That's a failure.
Ooh, okay.
So
So
we got armor
apparently,
points.
yeah, there you go. Apparently, wherever it was that you kind of pushed Raven off to, maybe a little bit of the longsword kind of protected him from some of the shot. This is not like Arthur's, where it's like a slug, a single projectile. This is a spray, and you're gonna catch the worst of it. Ooh, that is 17 points of damage.
Okay, let's wait. I had something.
I hope you do.
How far?
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
It's
Yeah.
not close.
It's not close. I have to be close
near.
to use it.
You moved up a range band, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
So
I
you are
did.
close.
Yeah. So
Oh,
17.
no, I
we
guess
were far
they moved,
from.
right, because they moved far with their jetpacks, so you would have moved 1 range band. So yeah,
So,
you are technically near. So
Yeah.
I lied. Forgive me.
Yeah. So no, I have to be close to use that ability.
Let's see. Is a use action? Is a use action?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And you said 17 points.
17 points.
Let's see here. Yeah, you all watch Athena just drops and falls into the cockpit. Yeah, and she doesn't move. That's more than my max hit points.
Athena goes
And armor.
down.
Yeah.
All of you see, if you have on your HUD any kind of like, vital signs of your teammates that you're locked into, you see Athena's heartbeat flatline, and you hear that beep.
A lot of med kits. If someone gets to me.
Yeah, I believe the med kits have a resurrection in them. Maybe
they can restart my heart.
so. There's a chance. There's a chance. Okay. Bad news bears. That was this bitch's first action. The second action is close and near. Okay. The second action. 1203. Your HUD starts to I need you to test system, please. As she is going to use AI override.
Does he have advantage because he already has an AI in?
No.
That is a success.
Excellent. So perhaps it is your AI that manages to prevent this override from taking place. Kind of pushes it back out of your system and prevents what was going to happen from happening. And oops, okay. All right, that is her. We are now back to the top of the round. Let's roll mobility and systems, or systems rather. Your choice.
Success.
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 Fail.
Okay, so we have 3 PC slots first, and then 1 after. So who's going first?
I was up here by Athena when this happened. Are we still in like 0 grav here?
It's not 0 grav here, but it's definitely low grav.
So I imagine since she had her grav hammer out, that as she flew backwards, she kind of dropped it and it's just kind of floating near me. I've got one strapped to my back, but in this rage of this happening, I'm just going to reach over and grab hers, and don't know my cat's going crazy. Is K405, what's the distance to her for me?
1 range band so far, so near.
All right, so I am going to use my move action to do a charging strike.
Excellent, okay.
And that is a success.
Excellent, okay. So you kind of launch off of this longsword in the direction of K405 and kind of lunge the last bit of distance, striking with your plasma energy sword.
Oh, I'm striking with Athena's grav hammer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely.
That's 4 damage for the grav hammer.
Excellent.
But she's also moved a range band. Is it just 1 range band?
I believe so.
Yeah, push them to near range. So she's moved away from me.
Okay.
And I need to roll my reactor. Reactor's good.
Excellent.
And that was technically a move action, so I'm going to do that again.
Does she get the D8 of DR from that?
Oh, yes, she would. How much was the damage coming in again?
4.
4? Okay. That time she managed to negate 6 of it, so the damage itself from the hammer doesn't go through, but the secondary effect does because you did still hit.
All right, so if you'll allow this, I'm going to drop the grav hammer at this point and pull that energy sword out, since I'm seeing that I'm not getting to push her out this door, and I'm going to attack with that instead.
Yeah, so the second effect of the gravity hammer did take place, so she is going to move her range band, and you get to basically choose. So you can either knock her through the shield door, what Athena started, because it's only one more range band to the door, or effectively to the ground. It's kind of your choice.
If I can knock her out, I will knock her out that door.
Yeah, so what does it look like as you finish what Athena started and knock K405 straight out of this energy door?
Just imagine that seeing Athena slammed back into the cockpit. If you could see inside my helmet, you see this fire flare in my eyes, and I would just grab her her gravity hammer. Like I said, I've got one on my back, so there's not really a real reason other than just reflexes to grab hers. And I just launch over towards K405 and just towards the helmet. I'm going to try to hit her Mjolnir helmet and hit her full on in the face, hopefully cracking that shield and knocking her out the doorway. And hopefully that's going to, if I could do that, if it would have done damage, it would have cracked that shield and lost all protection from whatever AI protection can have.
Yeah, it caves in, shattering the front of that kind of EVA style helmet, and you can just see plain as day now that skull with this glowing blue AI eyes, and the skull itself doesn't move at all. It's kind of like limply like laying to the side within the helmet. Though even though its head is kind of laying completely still, its arms are still reaching and grasping with the sound of servos as it ineffectually tries to grab a hold of things, flying backwards out of this shield door, and then just continuing to float on its trajectory further and further out into space. You can see she continues to rack this shotgun and point in your direction, firing shots that kind of harmlessly splash against the outside of this shield door, causing all of these sparkles to kind of display in front of you. But it does no good. And unless anything else is done, she's going to continue to float off in that direction, forever.
Healing not being Locke's forte. While they're taking care of Athena, I want to go through the energy field, lock my mag boots to the ground, and now that she is a moving, flying target, I would like to lock on my rocket launcher and just empty every round until I'm dry.
I'm going to take my med kit and use it on Athena.
Excellent. So as Locke steps outside and obliterates what's left of this Spartan who had been killed in action, but taken over by a rampant AI, is no more once Locke is finished. The commander, H-42, is able to revive Athena, though weakened and very touch or go. You manage to board back up onto your Pelican, and it's going to have to go under automatic. Well, no, you're all sealed from space, so whichever of you is the most comfortable can slide into the pilot seat of this Pelican and begin to take off. And as you do so, we turn and leave the space station behind, and we can see that all of this explosions and chaos has certainly caused this space station to fall out of orbit with Venezia, and this space station is now kind of on a cruise away from its orbit. But what I would like for is each of you, please go ahead and give me a little bit of an epilogue of what your character is up to in the following moments after the completion of this mission, and and then we'll call it a night.
Locke is emptying his rocket launcher. I was kind of pleased with that being my send-off.
100%. Perfect.
Raven figures, is fiddling with Athena's gravity hammer and figures out how she collapsed it back down. And as she kind of comes to, the commander's administering the healing, he's just going to walk up as she's regaining consciousness and just, place it in her hands on her chest or whatever. And without a word, just walk over to the place where he was sitting, checking through his DMR in the beginning, and just start kind of rechecking his equipment and kind of shutting things down, so to speak, where he's in flight mode again.
Sage will take note and really focus on remembering the skull with the red eyes, as he will eventually get a tattoo of the skull with the red eyes of K405. And you will find out that he had many other tattoos of other Spartans that had to be put down.
I'll be working on the mission report, and K4 and 05 will still be MIA because Spartans are never KIA.
Yeah, Athena's never able to fight again, even with the assistance of a Mjolnir armor, and has to look at different options. So goes into intelligence, maybe some training for future Spartan 4s, but she's never able to put on a suit again.
Damn, that's heavy. I love it. I love it. Fantastic, everybody. Yeah, that's all I've got. So thank you all so very, very much for playing in this game tonight. Thank you, everybody who may have tuned in and watched either along with us live this evening, or maybe you're watching in the future at some point. It's very, very appreciated. If you like this kind of stuff and you want to see more of it, subscribe. Hit the like button. Stick around. There's a ton more live plays here on the channel, including other Halo games that I have run in the past, and I plan on running more in the future. Very much looking forward to Infinite whenever it comes out. Hopefully that's going to be really fun, and hopefully it redeems Halo 5. I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. So yeah, this was fantastic. All of you, thank you very much for coming along and taking part in this game. I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give an outro, once again touch on where you can find them on the webs if they want to do such a thing. Anybody who mentions a channel, you should be able to find the link to it in the description of this video below. Yeah, so we're going to go in reverse order, and we're going to start with Nathan.
I'm Nathan. You can find me just by pretty much Googling Dimension 119. That'll pretty much bring up just about everything. Jeremy, this was fantastic. This is, like I said, a new system for me, so I really enjoyed. I've not met or played with any of you before, so that was also amazing to, get a new GM and 4 new players that I've never connected with before and play with. That's fantastic. I watched both other Halo games to kind of get into the space of this, and this definitely, even after watching those two and being super excited, surpassed expectations. So I thank you very much.
That's amazing, Nathan. Thank you very, very much for that. That means the world to me. There is actually a third Halo game on the channel. I don't think we used Mecha Hack to run it. I'm not certain. I don't remember.
You did on the one that I was a part of.
Maybe. Anyways, there is a third one.
To find it. Then.
Yeah, if you're interested in tracking
more Halo for me to watch.
If you will remind me, I will drop the link to that in our game chat for this group once everything is done here. But man, it was fantastic to have you on. You were a fantastic player, and I enjoy getting to play with new people. I try always to have at least some what I call anchors in my games, people that I've played with before. I know I can lean on when I need to, but that gives me the chance in my one-shots to also play with new people and see how everything meshes together. And both you and Gwen, I had a great time with. I would certainly put either one of you in a game again. So yeah, hopefully we can do that at some point in the future. But very appreciative for you coming on and playing not only with new people under a new GM and playing a new system, and doing such a great job. So thank you, Nathan. Next up, we have Andy.
I'm Andy. I have no channels or anything. I just had a blast. Love Halo. Can't wait for the new one. Hopefully the story is as good as at least the first and second one.
It's a tall order, sir. Very tall order. But here's to hoping.
I don't think anything will ever beat Reach.
No. I mean, Reach is very obviously the absolute best Halo that was ever made. Hands down, without a doubt. I'll fight anybody who says otherwise. Yeah, love you, brother.
The beta was the best.
Well,
Reach
for
beta.
some people. For some people. Other people got killed by having Banshee bombs dropped on top of their head from across the map. So, yeah, Andy, love you, man. I've loved you for a long time. You're a brother from another mother, without a doubt. And thanks for playing. It's awesome to be able to experience Halo again with you and do so through RPGs, which is another love that we share. It's another love that we'll be sharing again tomorrow. So I'll see you at session 1 for the Uneven Ground campaign. All right. Speaking of love and the fact that I will see them tomorrow for our session 1, Mike, you're next.
Thank you for having me, everybody. I'm really excited the way that this worked out, how everybody had their moments to shine and their characters that they put together be able to do what you were planning on them to do. Everybody did a great job playing. I'm super excited to see more of this tomorrow in D&D at our home table. And I'm just like, it's an amazing weekend already. Like you knocked it off to the start. So thank you very much. I don't have anything to plug, but I just happy to be here.
Happy to have you, man, always, and love you too, man. Again, same thing, same spiel. I've known and played with you for a long time, and RPGs and Halo is something that we've shared for 2 decades. So it's awesome to be able to keep getting the chance to combine the two together. It's always a lot of fun. And some of your descriptions tonight, man, like some of the stuff that you did, throwing the crate of rockets and throwing the grenade at it, and it's just really fantastic outside of the box thinking.
Literally.
Fair. I'm gonna take away a point of inspiration for the pun, though. No, very eager to see you at the table again tomorrow, Mike. And yeah, brother, love you.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Speaking of love, next up, another brother from another mother. Another brother from another mother. I'm gonna allow it because I'm in this chair. Stevie.
So yeah, again, thanks for having me. And I think the biggest compliment I give, I want to play Halo right now. I want to play some freaking Halo. So I loved it. Thanks for letting me always use items and the environment. I love that. So it's like, oh, well, got some warthogs over here, so don't mind if I do. Yeah, I had a blast. And getting to drive, oh, that was fun. And then teaming up with the other players. So thanks for putting up with my antics. I love it. So much fun. I love the system too. This is a great system. So
Excellent, man. And again, happy to have you on again on the channel. Again, same spiel. I've known and loved you for 20 years and gotten the chance to play Halo and RPGs. I don't get to game with you as often anymore, but and I do miss that. One of the reasons I love having you at the table is because of that same thing that you just mentioned. The fact that you will constantly be using the environment and objects in strange and again, like Mike, outside of the box thinking. And you're not afraid to use consumables. You will spend them faster than anybody I've ever seen, and I love it. So yeah, man. Thank you very much for agreeing to play, and I'm glad to hear that it got you jonesing for some Halo action. That makes me happy. That I consider that a mission accomplished. All right. Last but certainly not least, Gwendolyn.
Yeah, I don't have anything specific to plug, but if y'all want to play more games, I'm typically on the Absolute Tabletop Facebook group. If you're looking for another player, if you want to run a game and you're interested in playing it, I can run something. But I just had like such a blast with all of you. It was what a wonderful way to spend a Friday night, especially with Halo and echoing everything. Like I checked my download a second ago, making sure it was ready to go. To play some Halo after this. but yeah, I just, y'all were great to play with, and it was really fun to like see all of you like alley oop everybody else to do cool things. Yeah, it's just delightful to see, and it's delightful to experience, especially with different players that I've never played with before. So yeah, thank you for running such a great game.
The
Absolutely
alley-oop,
my pleasure.
the best thing to do in a game, the alley-oop.
Yeah,
Well
I would
said.
agree. Especially in a Halo game. Like, it works in D&D, but it can be a little cumbersome with the mechanics and stuff. But in this game, it's built that way, which is one of the beauties of Mecha Hack, honestly. It's designed to have that as a part of its core. And yes, Gwen, thank you so much for coming on and playing. It was an absolute pleasure to have you in. Like I said, I'd have you in another game in a heartbeat. So thank you for coming on board and for kicking ass. I know everybody's roles kind of sucked off and on throughout the night, and I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry I killed you, only a little bit. But it made for a really it made for a really awesome story. Mostly dead. But it made for a really cool, awesome character development at the very end right there. So really sad note, but a really good one. So yeah, excellent. I've gone on long enough. I've kept you all up way past some of your bedtimes probably. But thank you so very much for spending this Friday evening with us here on the channel. Yeah, I'm so pleased. I hope that you all have a kick-ass weekend, and sit tight. Until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.